Welcome back. In our spotlight this morning, the new season of Interview with the Killer, and our special guest host, David Scott, in the studio with us. The season kicking off with Adam Williams, who pleaded guilty to the role in the 2018 murders of James and Michelle Butler, a New Hampshire couple that were killed when they were on a road trip. Let's take a look at a clip from the season opener.
In 2019, Adam Curtis Williams' vicious crimes ignited an international manhunt.
James Butler III and his wife Michelle Butler were found in a shallow grave on Padre Island in Texas.
He terrorized women.
You physically, mentally, emotionally scarred me for life.
Tried to kill cops.
When I open the door to get out, I'm going to shoot this lady in the head.
No doubt about it.
No, this is what was going to happen.
And left an innocent couple dead in his wake.
I'm just thinking, just die already. Would you just die?
Now, for the first time, he's talking about his mayhem.
I've never made a statement at all. I was too sick. I've been consumed by demons most of my life. I will let them run my body.
And the tattooed, self-proclaimed monster is claiming redemption.
Finding God and forgiveness and grace was something that I needed. Just like when you do drugs, what do you say? If I passed you the joint and you hit it, hey, do you feel it? You know it's real because you felt it, right? Well, I now know God is real because I feel it. I feel the Holy Spirit.
Or is he just another felon who found Jesus in jail?
You know that falsely claiming faith in Christ is a cardinal sin.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it convenient that you commit despicable acts, get caught, plead guilty, avoid the death penalty, and then claim Jesus to go to heaven?
Wow, what a great looking episode. What great questions. David Scott, I've got to say, I'm honored to sit next to you. You are so good at what you do.
Julie, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on.
Oh, of course. We've been looking forward to season 3 for some time, and this is extra special getting you here to talk about it. So this maniac that you sat down with in this first episode, what was this like? I got chills just watching that.
I have to say, this is probably the most intimidating killer I've faced so far on this series. Adam Williams is a big, powerful man, former Aryan Brotherhood member, former biker gang member, lifelong criminal. I mean, a man who's lost track of the brutal battery he's meted out to people both inside prison and outside prison. And even behind glass, he cuts a very intimidating figure. But he's also a man who's ready to talk, and probably the killer who I felt let me deeper inside his head than any other, and it is a scary place to be.
Oh, without a doubt. I love how you always incorporate victims into every episode. You take into account the perspective of the victims, and we have another clip from the premiere episode where you're talking with the family of the victims. Here we go.
Michelle Butler, a mom, hard worker, told me your epiphany happened when you envisioned them in your cell forgiving you. Were you sober at that point?
Oh, no. I had been awake for 6 days, I think.
Yeah. You're not asking for forgiveness from the Butler family?
I don't deserve their forgiveness. I'm trying, I want to try and give them some sort of closure. I can't ask them for anything. I don't deserve anything. How selfish of that would be of me to ask them for forgiveness. I can't ask them for that. I would like to tell them I'm sorry. That's why I looked over at the camera. I am sincerely sorry that I robbed you of a life with your mom, with your dad. I did that, and I'm so sorry. I don't deserve your forgiveness, and I'm not asking for it. I apologize for my actions.
I know my mom and Jim wouldn't forgive them. I mean, the type of family I come from, we're very blunt, eye for an eye. I mean, if court and laws weren't a thing, he himself wouldn't be alive. He didn't try hard enough to kill himself, clearly, because he's still alive. I think he's just sorry he got caught, not that he did anything. I mean, he's a career criminal that finally has no chance of getting out of jail, so he's just coming to terms with it. They all find God when they're sitting in a prison cell 20 hours out of a day.
He's not wrong, right there. He's not wrong. We say that all the time. You know that the many cases you've covered, David. I love how in these interviews, and you did hold this guy accountable with the God questions and with every question, you don't give these people a pass. I think that's so unique about this show. He can say he wants to interview with you, but look out. He's got to be ready for what's coming.
Yes, that's right. No, this show, like everything on this network, is ultimately about justice, which is why the victim's perspective, the victim's interest, the victim's proxies are always in our episode in one way or another. And you can see, as to his religious conversion, is it an act of conversion or convenience? And we really hold his feet to the fire about that, and about his lifelong criminal activity. This was a salt of the earth couple who had, were enjoying a well-earned retirement. And he murdered them ultimately out of expediency, just because he needed their stuff. He needed their truck and trailer to make it across the Mexican border as he was fleeing the law from a brutal rape in Utah. And so, yes, we come, we bring the viewer face to face with these perpetrators and try and probe their mindsets and motivations behind the cases, because that's where the answers are. In this case, he never went to trial, and so lots of questions have remained unanswered. Well, we go in there to get the answers.
Oh, that is fantastic. David, I want to ask you about your preparation. How much time goes in to what we see and what we're going to enjoy watching together, the 2-hour premiere Saturday night? How many hours and days and weeks do you prepare?
That's a great question. I mean, we've sort of dialed in our process now, but it takes a long time just to book the interview. You can imagine we run this gauntlet of permissions. The inmate has to agree, the State Department of Corrections has to agree, the facility has to agree. We have to hope that there's no disruption in the facility that day or that week that would, cause them to lock it down, and then, there's no interview. And then, once we get through that, it takes about 100 hours to prepare for one of these interviews. We read every piece of trial transcript, the sentencing hearing transcript. We look at all the visual evidence, listen to all the audio evidence, the victim impact statements. I read every word of those, very important to us. And so by the time we walk in there, I know everything that is knowable.
Yes.
And that is really part of the magic formula, because I can unspin them when they start spinning.
Yes, well, you and our boss, Ethan Nelson, have really created magic with this show. Masterful job you do with those interviews, and I can't wait to watch Saturday night. David, thank you for the preview this morning. And friends at home, set your DVR, do it now, set a reminder in your phone. Interview with a Killer Season 3 premieres tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, here on Court TV.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. We're going to come in and put a microphone on you, that's okay. All right, great. Yeah, it's ready for Mike.
I'll never forget it. It's one of the things I dream about it over and over again. James is staggering down the beach, and he turns around, and he just screams, "Why?" And I shoot him right in the middle of the beach. I drag him back over to the site where his truck was parked. He's on his back, right? I mean, he's alive. And I kneel down on top of him, and I strangle him. And I'm just choking him, just watching the blood vessels break in his eyes, just choking him. And the whole time I'm just thinking, just die already. Would you just die?
Adam Williams is the stuff of nightmares. A drug dealer, a thief, a rapist, and a killer. By his own accounting, he was a self-made monster. But today, he claims to be a whole new man.
I just recently found Christ. It's just like something like passed over me. And it's called the Holy Spirit. I know God is real. And that's why I know that change is possible.
The question now is, can a man so steeped in his own mayhem ever be changed or saved?
It seems like you figured out a way to kind of wipe the slate clean, literally shrouding your crimes in faith. Isn't it convenient that you commit despicable acts, get caught, and then claim Jesus to go to heaven? You know, a lot of felons find Jesus in jail.
We're humans. We're born into a life of sin, right? I enjoyed that sin immensely.
Are you really a changed man, a saved Christian? Or is this some kind of stunt?
The Texas Panhandle is flat as far as the eye can see. The land doesn't rise or fall. Its dangers hide in plain sight. I'm here to interview a one-time outlaw who was violent, fearsome, and like the gunslingers who once prowled these wide-open spaces, beguiling to those who crossed his path, including his 2 murder victims. His vicious double homicide made national news.
James Butler III and his wife Michelle Butler were found in a shallow grave on Padre Island in Texas.
The sheriff says there is no word currently on suspects.
2 bodies found buried at a South Texas beach have been identified as a missing couple from New Hampshire.
James Butler had retired from military service and found new love late in life. He and his wife Michelle decided to travel across America in their trailer to find peace and tranquility among its treasured parks and beaches. Instead, they found their way to Padre Island, Texas in October 2019 and parked next to a devilishly charming fugitive and his wife, Adam Curtis Williams and Amanda Nover. It would be the Butlers' last stop before news of their deaths spread.
33-year-old Adam Curtis Williams and 32-year-old Amanda Nover, both of Utah, have been charged.
The arrest comes just a few days after this image showed Williams crossing the border into Mexico, driving the Butlers' truck and RV.
Williams pleaded guilty to capital murder and was sentenced to life in prison. His accomplice and now ex-wife Amanda Nover also pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and is currently serving a 20-year sentence.
He swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah. But because there were no trials for either culprit, questions about the shocking crime remain. How did this innocent couple become ensnared in the killer's web of deceit? And why did the tattoo fugitive murder them? I headed to a state prison just outside Amarillo to find out.
You're gonna unshackle him after you put them on.
Today, Adam Williams says he's ready to talk about his crimes for the first time. But he does so, he claims, after a miraculous Christian salvation as a whole new man. Was the killer in front of me really a repentant, changed man, or a Texas-sized manipulator?
All right, good to go?
Good to go.
Adam Williams was about to make his case. and I was about to enter the psyche of a self-made monster. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for meeting me here today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for this opportunity.
We're here, Mr. Williams, to try and understand the mindset and motivations behind your actions in this case.
Okay.
Why did you want to talk to us today?
Well, there was a number of reasons, actually. The first thing I guess I want to say is, I've been approached by multiple different documentaries. I've never made a statement. I've never said anything whatsoever about the crimes, period.
This is the first time you're talking.
This is the very first time.
Including in court.
100%. I've never made a statement at all. I was too sick. I've been consumed by demons most of my life. I've let them run my body. I just recently found Christ, and through him, I have been able to control the demons and the just wild thoughts and just uncontrollable emotions that I've been plagued with. I never believed in God before. And then I had like an experience here in this prison that just totally changed my life.
It happened about 2 years ago, Williams says, in the midst of a binge of hard drug use.
I'd been put into segregation. I was really strung out on drugs, meth, and the K2.
Here in this maximum security prison?
Yes. I had been awake for days, and I had like a full-on hallucination of James and Michelle and my father in my cell with me. And James and Michelle forgave me for killing them. And my dad was there as well the whole time. And I ended up trying to commit suicide. I chopped my wrist to pieces. They found me in my cell, but passed out in a pool of blood, and took me to medical and sewed me up.
That's when Williams says he saw the light, literally.
My window was stuffed full of books, and one of the books that was rolled up and stuffed in the window was a Bible. And I crawled up on my bed. I couldn't use this hand, and I pulled that, and it had a bunch of condensation. The Bible had become moldy up there. And I pulled that wet Bible out of the window and had laid it down on my bed, and I was trying to open it up to look at it. And it was really wild, because when I pulled that open, it was just like a beam of light came shooting into the cell from the window, obviously, And I just sat there, and honestly, I just broke down. And I prayed to God for the first time, and that was my first experience, and I've been reading the Bible ever since.
One moment of epiphany?
Yes, basically, yes.
Well, now, this is fascinating, because in the Christian faith, when redemption is granted, the saved person is considered a whole new entity.
Right.
Wiped clean of the old him.
Right. I think it says somewhere in Romans, you have to die to truly find yourself. It says something like that in there. And that was really profound to me when we read that.
The skeptic in me wonders if Williams' epiphany is more an act of convenience than conversion, a way to absolve himself of a lifetime of violence and criminality. Or could it be that this self-proclaimed monster, steeped in decades of deadly sin, has genuinely reformed? I don't know what's in your heart, Adam. Only you and your God know what's in your heart. But are you really a changed man, a saved Christian? Or is this some kind of stunt?
What would be the purpose of it?
Make yourself look less evil, attract attention? I don't know. I'm just asking because you have a lot of sins to live down and a long record of manipulation. So I'm asking you, are you really a changed man?
I 100% am, and I'm a work in progress is what I am. I try every day to be better than I was the day before.
It's clear Adam Williams possesses intelligence and a silver tongue. Besides the dead bodies he left in his wake, there are scores of others he sweet-talked, cajoled, and deceived with his guile. He may be on a charm offensive today.
Are you trying to charm me now, here today?
No, I'm trying to answer your questions as honestly as I possibly can. Do you feel like I'm trying to charm you?
Would you mind just doing a clap? This we use to sync the cameras, yeah.
Got it.
All right, good to go? Adam Curtis Williams' long career in violent crime culminated in a double murder and an international manhunt, landing him in this Texas prison for life.
I've been consumed by demons most of my life. I just recently found Christ.
He's talking for the first time about his life of crime and claims he's now a new man, a saved soul, ready to take responsibility for the harm he's done and for becoming, in his words, a monster. It's a story he's been publicly telling on the online platform Substack, a biography called Hellbound, how he went from a hell of his own creation to an eventual spiritual awakening. Today I want to ask you to talk about the old you.
Yes, I understand.
Even behind glass, Williams cuts an intimidating figure. His entire body is covered with inked warnings not to cross him, and he himself has lost count of the brutal battery he's dished out, both in and out of prison. But his story begins in a seemingly ordinary home in suburban Utah. You're born into a home, it sounds like, that was both really good and really bad.
Correct.
You had hardworking parents.
Yep.
You had camping trips.
Yes.
Hooked on phonics.
Yes.
You even had a koi pond.
Oh, yeah. Built that koi pond.
But in his journal, Williams explains it was not a pleasant childhood. Your father, you write about how your father beat you and your mother.
Yes.
You say you loved him and idolized him, but also intensely feared him.
Yes, I mean, 100%. Unbelievably afraid of him.
Drug and alcohol addicted and a violent rageaholic.
Yes, 100%.
What drugs was he doing?
Cocaine. And he would just lose it.
Fear, love, and violence seemed like they were all mixed up together in your early life.
Yes. Yep.
How do you think that shaped your personality?
I think it made me sick. Made me view the world in a way that led to what I did.
That abuse, you say, set you on a course of destruction.
It was my own actions. I'm not trying to downplay or rationalize, justify anything. Me and my drug addiction and my not wanting to come back to prison is what led me to do the things I did. I take full accountability for why I'm in here, and I deserve to be in here.
You say that you've been a hustler since 5th grade.
Yeah, yep.
Your own teenage criminal history is extensive.
Yes.
Drug use, right?
Yep.
Drug selling.
Yep.
Lots of guns.
Yep.
Assaults.
Yep.
Theft.
Yep.
DUI.
Yes, sir.
You were allowed as a juvenile to take part in work release programs. That was an opportunity to turn things around, but you
didn't take them.
You describe in your writing the armed robbery of a drug dealer,
yeah, okay.
Right? Who you beat with a handgun and then ran over with your car.
Yes, yeah.
Did that kind of violence come easily to you?
It did. I actually tried to shoot him, too. But the gun was on safety. Thank Heavenly Father.
You describe in your writing that it thrilled you to take such risks with your life and your freedom.
Yes.
Did it thrill you to take such risks with other people's lives?
Yes. It was an unbelievable rush. The whole thing. Before I even got there, the drive out there was a rush. The entire thing was a whole different kind of high.
Did you get addicted to that high?
I actually looked forward to situations like that to come up so that I could do those things.
Eventually, the police get a tip and they raid your drug lair.
Yes.
Right? And you catch a federal case.
Yeah.
When you're sentenced, you're 24, sentenced to 10 years.
100 months, yeah.
At the sentencing hearing, you told the judge that you took full responsibility
for your actions and that you would make good use of your time.
And the first part of that was true.
Right,
the second part of that did not end up being true.
The second part of that, you did not. He did not. That man that you say you used to be.
Right.
He showed himself to be skilled and criminally minded in prison, right?
No matter where I am, I want to do the best I can.
Best in what sense?
Oh, I'm a very competitive person. Just to live the best life I could possibly live.
Williams writes that his 10-year sentence in a federal prison helped to forge an even more violent criminal.
In prison, you're always looking for a way to hustle and take advantage of the system?
I used to be, yes.
You maintained a heroin habit in federal prison?
I sure did.
For how long?
The entire time I was in there.
Is it that easy?
No, but I used to have this saying where there's a will, there's a way. If you're willing to put in the work in anything in life, you'll eventually get what you want, whether it be a college degree or getting heroin in or whatever it is.
You also started some gory, bloody fights.
Yeah, started and defended myself in many fights. Yes, I started an unbelievable amount.
Dozens more?
Oh, yes, yes.
Including one that you detail in your writing, which is just a horrifying story about an attack that you provoked on your cellmate who accidentally broke your radio.
Well, I 100% started that and ended up finishing it. But that's where this came from.
Scarface, right. You say I proceeded to beat the living out of this dude. When I finished with him, his lips looked like some animal had chewed on them. They were so split open that his face looked like the Elephant Man, and my hands were like blown up like rubber gloves.
Yep, that's what happened.
I mean, that is a level of violence that very few people can relate to.
Right.
You said you became an animal in that setting.
That particular situation, something happened to me. And I was never the same again after that.
You said, all I wanted to do was work out, get high, and hurt people.
That's 100% correct.
I couldn't wait for people to give me a reason to them up.
Yep.
To this day, I was and forever am a convict.
Yep.
When were you first diagnosed with psychiatric issues?
I don't remember how old I was. My parents were separated, but I was diagnosed with ADD. That was the first thing. And then after my father committed suicide, I had severe depression, bipolar. I was diagnosed with a number of different things over the years.
Antisocial personality?
Antisocial, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You continued treatment throughout your incarceration. Are you still under psychiatric treatment?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You still medicated?
Yeah, I take Prozac.
Mm-hmm. Any antipsychotics?
No, I used to take them, but not here. This prison, TDC, is a lot different than any of the other prisons I've ever been in.
By the time he left federal prison, Williams was many things, including, in his words, a monster, but not yet a murderer. That was about to change.
You finished your 10-year sentence in 8 years, which is amazing given your record in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And you're released in December 2018?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
How would you describe your mindset at that point after your release?
I had gotten out, and it was just like the world was so different. I went in before smartphones. I came out after them. It was like I came out into some sort of like Twilight zombie land where everybody's just stuck at it, looking at their screen everywhere I went. It's like nobody was like interacting with each other. Everybody on the bus was just looking at their phones, and I didn't feel like I belonged in society. And I was afraid.
What were you afraid of?
Just freedom.
Now, you've said that the prison system made you a monster, so I'm guessing you were not rehabilitated there.
Oh, no, not at all.
Were you worse?
unbelievably worse. I came out a complete, total different person than when I went in. Just much worse.
Now, freed on the streets of Utah, Williams set his sights on a new kind of unsuspecting prey. Women. You put yourself on some dating apps, right? Tinder and one called Plenty of Fish.
Yeah.
Now, underneath all the ink, I could see you're a handsome guy. Did you think that women would respond to this image on the dating apps?
What image?
Well, the image of you covered in tattoos, you know, on your face, on your scalp. My point is, you look scary. And given your relationship with violence and fear, was that intentional? Are you trying to engender fear with your image?
In prison, yes. Yeah. On the streets, not so much.
But women do respond on when you go on the dating apps.
Yeah.
I mean, it's surprising to me, because if I was a woman swiping on a dating app and you come up, you're the last person I'm picking.
Okay. All right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right?
I do.
Right? I mean, I'm a woman, I'm vulnerable in this kind of power dynamic. You're a big man, and you just look, you know, like someone.
It's like trouble, right?
Yeah. Trouble is an understatement. Williams would become an online dating predator, deploying his uncanny charm and brutality in equal measure. Crimes not discussed in the Substack journal he calls Hellbound. There's a missing chapter from Hellbound, the one about rape and sodomy, which are among your crimes, right? You ready to come clean about that?
Everything in my body was screaming to leave. Don't knock on that door. Don't go up those steps. Go back home to your kids. And I knocked on that door.
In 2018, Adam Curtis Williams was a terrifying mix of charm and violence. Fresh out of federal prison, with a new lease on a life of crime. What was your point of view on crime and violence at that point?
Oh, totally acceptable.
Totally acceptable?
Yeah.
Normal?
Yes, very normal, yeah.
Williams relished his newfound freedom and set out to make up for lost time by entering the online dating pool, quickly meeting 32-year-old Amanda Nover. You meet Amanda, right? Tell me about that.
I met her. I went and hung out with her. Would hang out every day after that.
Williams' future wife and accomplice later described his magnetism in a police interview.
And he sent me messages, and I seen his pictures, and he was covered in tattoos, and I was like, that guy's nothing but trouble. But I talked to him, and like, he was persistent, and he's like, well, I want to meet you. He was so adamant about it. Like, that's his presence. He's very, like, suave, I guess. He's very charismatic.
Nover took the bait and moved in with Williams, along with her 3-year-old daughter, Ryan. But Nover wasn't the only woman Williams lured with his charms around that time.
When I saw Adam's profile, it was his smile that got me.
Stephanie Corona had just gotten out of an 18-year relationship when she decided to give online dating a try. It didn't take her long to match with Adam Williams.
There was something about him. He smiled. It was like it lit up a room. And just the way he talked to you, he felt like he truly saw you and heard you and, you know, wanted to connect in a way. It seemed like there was a heart in there somewhere. Despite the rough edges, you could kind of see past the tattoos and tough guy appearance. But I was completely unaware that he had spent all that time in prison.
Stephanie says one night, Williams tried to persuade her to come over for a threesome with him and Amanda Nover.
I wanted nothing to do with it. He finally got the hint that I wasn't interested, but he called a little while after, and basically apologized and said that the female had left. And he asked me to come over. And I kept telling him no. But then ultimately I gave in despite a gut feeling that I had.
Her gut sense persisted as she arrived at Williams' front door.
Everything in my body was screaming to leave. Don't knock on that door. Don't go up those steps. Go back home to your kids. And I knocked on that door. And Adam was standing there. And I just remember kind of shutting down my emotions and just kind of standing in a shell. I froze in time. My body was telling me to go, but it's like my legs couldn't move.
What happened next was a vicious sexual assault that ended only when Williams passed out and Stephanie was able to escape.
I felt trapped, I guess, in a way. And he pulled me inside immediately, started undressing me right from the door closing. And he's so big and tall and just towered over me, and I felt like I had no chance.
The next day, battered and bruised, she went to the hospital for treatment and police opened an investigation.
The police department asked if I would do a what they call a confrontation call, where we try and get Adam on the phone to see if he would give any info or any little bits of remembering anything that might have occurred. And I was so traumatized. I was still extremely scared. I didn't know how I would feel hearing his voice on the phone. In a way, I'd hope he wouldn't answer, but he did answer.
Hello?
Having to respond to that voice of a person that had just assaulted and harmed you, it was really hard.
Do you have a minute to talk? Can we talk about what happened? You physically messed me up on the inside. Like, I've got bruises all over my body. My breasts, they were attacked. My thighs have, like, marks everywhere. My abdomen. I had lacerations in my vagina. Like, it wasn't right. It shouldn't have happened that way.
I'm not going to talk about this on the phone.
You can tell he's had a criminal past. He knows the process, and he wasn't going to say anything on the phone, just in case it was being recorded.
Williams' online journal, Hellbound, makes no mention of his sexual assault on Stephanie Corona or on others.
There's a missing chapter from Hellbound, the one about rape and sodomy, which are among your crimes, right? You ready to come clean about that?
Oh, yeah.
What happened to her that night?
We had extremely rough sex, and she had told me to stop doing certain acts throughout it, probably 3 or 4 different times, and I would continue doing them.
She told police you invited her over. You answered the door drunk and naked.
Yeah.
And that you raped and sodomized her with your hand or fist so invasively that you tore her inside.
Okay.
He also forced her to perform oral sex on him by straddling her face and choking her repeatedly. Does that sound right?
Yes, that does sound right.
Amanda later told police in her interrogation that you did the same thing to her when you were in your so-called blackout state of intoxication. Another woman also told police you raped and beat her. That's 3 women, which would make you a serial rapist.
Okay.
Are there others?
Yeah.
That is a level of cruelty and violence that is shocking to the conscience.
Right.
How do you account for that, Adam?
I don't know.
Meantime, Amanda Nover and her daughter Ryan had discovered that Williams' charisma was a mask for cruelty. Throughout 2019, police were called to their home for domestic violence.
You promised yourself you wouldn't be like your dad. Violent, abusive to your own family. You talk about that in Hellbound.
Yeah.
Did you brutalize Amanda and expose Ryan to the same kind of domestic violence that you were exposed to? Amanda says you frequently smacked her, strangled her twice, threatened her. On one occasion, you were in the car and he reached over Ryan and hit me. Everything blacked out. I couldn't see, I couldn't hear.
I never hit her in front of Ryan. I believe she said that, but I'd never hit her in front of Ryan. Did I hit her? Yes. In front of Ryan? No.
But if you're brutalizing or threatening or there's fear and violence in the home,
right?
I mean, you know better than anyone, right? You know what that can do to that little girl. How could you do that?
I mean, how could I kill the Butlers?
Stephanie Corona's case against Williams escalated, and he quickly felt the heat.
The state ended up pressing charges. My bail bondsman had called me and told me that they had filed these charges. And that's when I went on the run.
That's why you went on the run?
Yeah, that day, that same day. I actually never went back to my house.
So now you're married to Amanda, your stepfather to Ryan, little Ryan, and within 2 days of the wedding, you're on the run.
Oh yeah, I was definitely on the run, yeah.
The fugitive Williams will put his devilish charm to use again as he flees the law and ultimately the country, even if it means murder.
Once we got down here, I wanted a gun. If they pulled me over, I wanted to shoot it out.
You were going to shoot it out?
I wanted to. It wasn't, I wanted that.
No doubt about it.
No, this is what was going to happen.
Okay, before I get started, are there any weapons in the vehicle? No weapons?
With Williams on the loose, no one would be safe. Accused of a brutal rape, the self-described monster Adam Curtis Williams is on the run and out of his mind. Alongside his new wife Amanda Nover and her daughter Ryan, Williams flees the state of Utah in a borrowed beat-up Chevy truck, hauling an old trailer.
You hit the road, you're heading to Texas.
Right. Well, I didn't know where we were going to go. We were just leaving. I devised that plan along the way.
They end up on Padre Island, Texas, a popular beach south of Corpus Christi, where they plan to settle in for a couple of weeks. But first, the fugitive obtains a firearm at a local gun show.
You get to Texas, you buy a gun.
Once we got down here, well, really all along the way, I wanted a gun. And I wanted it for the purpose, if they pulled me over, I wanted to shoot it out.
You were going to shoot it out?
I wanted to. It wasn't, I wanted that. I was just waiting for him to pull me over.
What about the fact that you have your family in the car?
Okay, well, I had planned on exactly what I was going to do to ensure that they didn't get hurt. And it almost happened here on Padre Island, because I got pulled over by a lady for not having my seatbelt on the beach.
You weren't wearing a seatbelt?
Oh, I'm sorry, we're just...
Okay, before I get started, are there any weapons in the vehicle? No weapons? Can I get your driver's license and insurance?
With his finger on the trigger, Williams plays it cool, while police run his license for warrants.
This was the plan. If we get pulled over, they're gonna come up to the car, they're gonna ask for the license. I had my real license. I'm gonna give it to them, they're gonna go back to their car.
Right.
I'm gonna get the gun out and make sure there's one in the chamber. When they come back to the car, they're going to ask me to get out of the car. Or they're gonna get on the speaker thing and a bunch more are gonna come and they're gonna get me out of the, tell me to get out, drop the keys out, whatever. And either one of those situations, I was going to move away from the vehicle and proceed to shoot it out with them.
They both smoked cigarettes?
Yeah.
So let's
try to cover up the smell.
I'm sitting like this with the gun in my hand. I told Amanda, when they come back up here to the car, they're gonna ask me to get out. When I open the door to get out, I'm going to shoot this lady in the head.
No doubt about it.
No, this is what was going to happen.
Utah 27-168-04.
In fact, what you wanted to happen.
Yeah, a part of me, yeah. Other than being in here forever, yes, that was what I wanted. What I wanted to do was get away.
Right.
Obviously. So I was gonna step out, shoot the first one, run towards the beach so that they shoot me, so that the bullets, towards the ocean, I mean.
Right.
Away from the vehicle and continue to shoot it out with the rest of them.
All right, I'm just gonna give you a warning today.
Thank you. They came back and gave me my ID, my license, and I drove away. Luckily for her, she let me go.
Another chance to take a different path.
Right.
These are law enforcement officers doing their job. They have families, they're people.
I didn't care in the least bit.
Having dodged that bullet, Williams and his accomplice wife soon confront a new problem. Their permitted 2 weeks on the beach was about to expire, and so was their old truck.
The transmission had gone out on the truck, and I mean, it sounded like it was gonna blow up going that fast because it wouldn't shift out of first gear.
So that was a crisis.
Right.
Williams now needs a new truck, and he's willing to kill to get it.
After I got the gun, I would literally drive up and down the beach at night. Looking
for Mark?
Yep.
Meanwhile, a friendly retired couple from New Hampshire pulled their shiny new truck and trailer onto the beach and directly into the fugitive's crosshairs. Williams and his wife were out of time and arguing about what to do next.
She didn't understand, if I was gonna kill somebody, why just take a truck? Why not get a truck and a trailer?
So when did you decide to rob and shoot the Butlers?
The next day, I said, I'll do it.
Here they are, just being nothing but kind to you guys. And unbeknownst to them,
they had no idea what was really going on.
This one was at our wedding. We were doing all the family pictures. That's the mother-son dance.
What song did you guys dance to?
No idea.
She chose it, I don't remember. Michelle liked country. She loved Miranda Lambert. That was her favorite. That's actually who we went
Bradley and Caitlin Roth are reminiscing about Brad's mother, Michelle Butler.
Michelle was always there to help anybody. Like, if somebody needed something, like, she was open to helping, and so was Jim.
Michelle had herself found new love late in life with 20-year Navy veteran Jim Butler.
Jim was very funny and wanted to do pranks all the time, and my mother was not like that at any means.
They were so good for each other.
They were happy together.
To attend Bradley and Caitlin's wedding, Michelle and Jim Butler had taken a break from road tripping across the country in their trailer.
They just bought the camper, and then they were like, all right, we're gone.
The Butlers headed west on a trip of a lifetime, taking odd jobs throughout the Southwest, but checking in with their family almost daily.
Every time they were somewhere, they'd post a picture or a video.
They were just traveling the country, working odd jobs, living in their camper and truck. They were in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. They were everywhere.
Until they vanished.
A lot of people have like a false sense of security. You never know who you're gonna cross paths with. And ultimately it ended up taking their lives.
The Butlers were about to cross paths with Adam Curtis Williams. Their next stop would be their last.
At what point did you first spot the Butlers and their truck and trailer?
Okay, so they were camped next to us.
Armed, dangerous, and desperate for a new ride to flee to Mexico, fugitive Adam Williams scanned Padre Island looking for a mark. And then one pulled up onto the beach right next to him with a gleaming pickup truck and trailer.
After I got the gun, I would literally drive up and down the beach at night. looking
for a mark.
You know, and to be in total honesty, I was looking for like an older dude by himself.
Had you met the Butlers at that point?
So the day that they pulled up, we interacted with them. Yeah.
You met them on the beach?
Yeah. Yep.
Did you kind of make friends with them? Use
No.
your charm to lure them in?
No, not at that point. At that point, I was so high and just in my head trying to figure out what I was gonna do. Cops had showed up and knocked on the trailer door and woke us up. And it was like, hey, your 2 weeks is up, that's it. So that was just like the breaking point, right? 2 nights before that, me and her had gotten in an argument about the Butlers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was the argument?
She wanted that trailer.
She wanted their trailer?
She didn't understand, if I was gonna kill somebody, why just take a truck? Why not get a truck and a trailer? Because our trailer was not like all that, right?
That's what the newlyweds are arguing about.
Right, yeah, twisted, right?
So when did you decide to rob and shoot the Butlers?
The next day, I agreed.
Agreed?
Yeah, I said I'll do it.
We reached out to Amanda Nover to hear her side of the story, but she declined.
The Butlers, did they do anything to offend you or piss you off?
Absolutely not.
All the opposite?
They were very nice people. The day that we were arguing about killing them, James was running around playing racing and stuff with Ryan. It was totally innocent. I was just, in my mind, I am justifying what I'm about to do. 100%. I'm like, oh, look how he's showing too much attention to the kid. He's a weirdo. And I'm gonna kill him because
You're
of that.
ascribing to him that he was being inappropriate?
No, he wasn't at all. That was so I could do it.
Here they are, just being nothing but kind to you guys. And unbeknownst to them, you all
They
are
had no
plotting.
idea what was really going on.
So let me ask you this. So now we're at the night, right? The night of.
It was the day of.
The day of.
I killed him in broad daylight at 10 o'clock in the day.
In as much detail as you can remember, tell me what happened that day.
In 2019, Adam Curtis Williams' vicious crimes ignited an international manhunt.
James Butler III and his wife Michelle Butler were found in a shallow grave on Padre Island in Texas.
He terrorized women.
You physically and mentally, emotionally scarred me for life.
Tried to kill cops.
When I open the door to get out, I'm going to shoot this lady in the head.
No doubt about it.
No, this is what was going to happen.
And left an innocent couple dead in his wake.
I'm just thinking, just die already. Would you just die?
Now, for the first time, he's talking about his mayhem.
I've never made a statement at all. I was too sick. I've been consumed by demons most of my life. I let them run my body.
And the tattooed, self-proclaimed monster is claiming redemption.
Finding God and forgiveness and grace was something that I needed. Just like when you do drugs, what do you say? If I passed you the joint and you hit it, hey, do you feel it? You know it's real because you felt it, right? Well, I now know God is real because I feel it. I feel the Holy Spirit.
Or is he just another felon who found Jesus in jail?
You know that falsely claiming faith in Christ is a cardinal sin.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it convenient that you commit despicable acts, get caught, plead guilty, avoid the death penalty, and then claim Jesus to go to heaven?
On the morning of October 25, 2019, James and Michelle Butler were enjoying another day of their dream retirement, road tripping across the country in their pickup truck and RV trailer. They settled on Padre Island, Texas, a tranquil shoreline just south of Corpus Christi. They had no idea that the young couple with the adorable toddler in the next trailer on the beach was plotting to shoot and rob them. A lifetime of crime and violence had now brought Adam Williams to the brink of murder. At 10 a.m., he brandished a handgun and his signature devilish smile. His wife, Amanda Nova, or Mandy, was waiting for his signal.
In as much detail as you can remember, tell me what happened that day.
All right, so the cops came and told us we had to leave. We packed up. I drove down the beach, turned around and drove back and parked in front of the Butler's trailer. I have the gun on me. When Amanda came back, I had shot the gun inside of our trailer with her down the beach to see if she could hear it. She couldn't hear it because of all the waves crashing and everything, right? So I had the gun on me. We pull up, and me and Amanda and Ryan get out. Michelle's laying on the thing. They come over, we're all talking.
She's outside the trailer? Or
yeah,
inside?
She's laying out on a lawn chair type thing, sunbathing. And James is doing his thing, milling about. So we got out and started talking to him. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, this, that, and the other. While we're talking, Michelle's like, I'm gonna go lay down and take a nap. And honestly, in my mind, I was like, perfect. Because this is broad daylight. There's people all over the place. This is like during this red fish season here. And I'm just telling you, there's just people just driving by, people walking by, 10 o'clock in the day. So me and James are standing there smoking cigarettes, and I look over at Amanda, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna go get something, make something for Ryan, she's hungry. So now it's just me and James, and I'm trying to get James to go inside the trailer. So I'm trying to manipulate this situation to try, I'm like, hey, you know, this, that, and the other. And he's just like not wanting to, right? So finally, like the conversation's like wearing out, right? And so he goes to go in. So I go and go into our trailer. So now they're both in their trailer, right? Which is what I needed and wanted. And so I go get into our trailer, and I said, all right, you're serious? We're doing this? Amanda was like, you're not gonna do it. And to that, I turned around and I walked out and I went and knocked on the door to the trailer. To James and Michelle's trailer.
What follows is Williams' chilling accounting of the Butler murders.
Who opened the door?
James answered the door. And when he answered the door, I already had the gun. It was a little gun. It was in my back pocket. When he answered the door, I already had it in my hand. In my back pocket still, though. And when he answered the door, he's like, hey, what's up? I was like, hey, I had one more question about the Christmas tree place that you're going next. And he's like, oh yeah, what's that? And I was like, do you have the information for it? And he says, yeah, I do. And as soon as he turned, I shot him in the armpit, and he dropped. And I rushed up into the trailer. I had never been in the trailer yet, you know? And so I looked down the hall, and at the end is the bed, and there was Michelle.
What state is she in at this point?
She's sitting up in the bed with just a terrified look on her face. And I rushed down the hallway of the trailer, and she's like sitting, like starting to like kind of like get up a little bit from the bed. And I mean, I was there in a second, you know? It's like 5 big steps, and I shoot her.
Where'd you shoot her?
In the body. And then she like leaned back a little bit, and I shot her again. And I think that one hit her in like the hip area. And it's so wild. She like flew off of the bed and landed like she was kneeling down praying on the bed.
Was she praying, or was that
No, it's just that when I shot her like in the hip-ish area, it flew her. She flew, right? Slid sideways off the bed and like turned and was just like I am right here, but on her knees. Or I mean, her legs were under her. And I walked up to her and I said, are you dead? and I poked her in the head with the tip of the gun, and she let out a moan, and I shot her in the head. And I was standing there looking at her dead body, and she stayed in that position. She just slumped down. And then I hear Amanda screaming my name. And when I turned around, James wasn't there anymore.
He's running for his life. James Butler had survived the first shot from Williams and was making a brave bid to escape.
So I go running out of the trailer, and James is staggering down the beach. I can't believe nobody saw this, and I'll never forget it. It's one of the things that I dream about it over and over again. As I go running up to him, he feels my presence, and he turns around, and he just screams, "Why?"
James Butler wasn't going down without a fight.
I hear Amanda screaming my name. And when I turned around, James wasn't there anymore.
He's running for his life.
So I go running out of the trailer, and James is staggering down the beach.
Anybody seeing this now?
I can't believe nobody saw this. So I go running up to him, and I'll never forget it. It's one of the things that I dream about it over and over again. As I go running up to him, he feels my presence, I guess, or hears me, I don't know. And he turns around, and he just screams, "Why?" And I shoot him again, right in the middle of the beach. Now I only have one bullet left. I put the gun in my back pocket, and I drag him back over to the site where his truck was parked. He's on his back, right? And I'm just looking down at him, and he's alive. And I kneel down on top of him, and I strangle him. And I'm just choking him, just watching the blood vessels break in his eyes. Just choking him, and the whole time I'm just thinking, just die already. Would you just die? And I'm just choking and choking away at him. It seemed like forever. My arms are trembling. It gets to the point my shoulders are shaking. It's just like, I can tell he's still alive though.
Is he fighting for life?
Not at all, not at all. He's just laying there, but he's alive still. I can feel his through him, right? And finally, it's like he shuddered and stopped, like the little bit of wiggling and things he was doing, and I continued to choke him. And then he shuddered again, and I was like, okay, he has to be totally dead now, right? So I stand up, and I'm standing over him. He's in between my legs, and Amanda comes out of the trailer and comes walking out. And she's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this." I was like, I can't either. And James takes this unbelievable, it sounded just like that breath in.
Death rattle.
Yeah, and I was like, and it startled me. I jumped back and pulled the gun out of my pocket and shot him right between the eyes. And now, there's a white truck driving by, and me and Amanda are standing there. Now, keep in mind that I had drug his body, so if this is the beach right on this side, right? His truck's here, and we were right here, and their trailer's right here. So the truck driving by, his truck was shielding his body. And I'm just standing there, I'm thinking about the extra clip and where exactly it was, because if these people stop, I'm gonna kill them too. And they just drove right on by.
Thank God.
So then I'm tripped out. I'm worried that these people saw it and didn't slow down or whatever because they were scared, because I shot outside now. I knew that they couldn't hear a gunshot in the trailer, but now I'm outside and there is people everywhere. This is broad daylight. So in the back of James's truck was a tarp and a little, maybe 5 foot tall yellow ladder. So I pull the tarp out and cover his body with it and put the ladder on top of the tarp. I walk over to the trailer door and I close the trailer. James and Michelle's trailer door. And we get in the truck, in our truck, and leave. There's a $5 dollar store, and we parked in that parking lot until maybe 2-ish in the morning. I sat there and I pulled up the police scanner on the cell phone, and I sat there and I just waited. While we were there at the dollar store, Amanda had went in and bought headlamps. I had a shovel with me with our truck and trailer, drove back down there, parked in the exact same spot we had parked right in front of their stuff when I murdered them. Turned on PJ Masks, Ryan's favorite cartoon, had her in her car seat, gave her the phone and told her to watch her thing.
Ryan was Amanda Nover's 3-year-old daughter, on the run with her killer parents. Her own account of the crime is about to stun Adam Williams.
Where was Ryan while all this was going on?
Okay, well, Ryan was in the trailer with Amanda. And when Amanda came out of the trailer, when I finally shot James in the head, Ryan was still inside the trailer. She never saw it.
She later gave an account.
Ryan did?
Yes.
Okay, would you tell me that? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she later gave an account to somebody who was caring for her at the time.
Okay.
She said, now obviously this is through the lens of a 3-year-old, right?
Yeah.
The details may be off, but you'll get the sense of how she experienced this.
Okay.
So those people knocked on the door of the trailer. Mommy and Dad Adam started slapping and hitting them. They were bleeding. I told them to stop. Mommy said she wasn't going to stop.
2 people with shooting guns and around outside. Her dad.
Her dad? Who's dad, Ryan?
Mommy and Dad Adam laid them in the sand to sleep, and we left with both trailers.
Wow.
What do you make of that?
I think that's terrible that she saw her. Like, so she obviously, like, I'd never slapped them or anything like that, but I mean, she witnessed more than I thought she did.
She could perceive something terrible was happening.
Right. And really, part of what she said is kind of accurate, right? It's just distorted in the mind of a child, because while she obviously probably saw me dragging the bodies, Michelle out of the trailer.
Maybe digging in the sand?
Well, I don't know how she would see that, but she saw us with the shovels, so she just probably put, you know what I mean? Yeah. Because when we had pulled back up and everything, the first thing was, what am I gonna do with the bodies, right? So the first thing I did was drag James back there. And then from dragging James, I realized that I needed to do something slightly different with Michelle. So the tarp that I had James covered with, I put that over by the door of the trailer, and then took Michelle out of the trailer, put her on the tarp, and rolled her up in the tarp, and was dragging that back there towards the grave, and made it almost halfway, and I needed help to get it the rest of the way. So once they were both back there, I told Amanda, went back with Ryan, and I finished. I buried them. I had gotten into their truck and trailer, and Amanda followed, and we drove to Corpus Christi to a laundromat, bingo, like little shopping place, and we emptied out their trailer, put all of our stuff in it, and I left the windows down and the keys in the ignition of our truck and trailer, hoping that somebody would take it. So then we go to Mexico.
Adam Williams and Amanda Nover were about to flee the country, and an international manhunt for the heartless killers was soon to follow.
Crossing the border was wild. I can't believe we made it.
The first time we had called her, she did not answer. We tried later that night. The next day, I tried again, and that's when we were like, something's up.
Something's not right.
Bradley and Caitlin Roth grew concerned about Bradley's mom and stepdad, Michelle and Jim Butler.
We were worried that something had happened. Michelle had bought our daughter, Izzy, a vest, some cowgirl boots, a belt to have a whole fit for her riding lessons. She'd never not answer a face call from Izzy.
After months of traveling and posting photos online, most recently from Padre Island, Texas, Michelle and Jim's family and friends suddenly couldn't get a hold of them. Barbara Sage was one of the couple's best friends. After October 15, 2019, she couldn't get in touch with either of them.
It's not like them, because they were either on social media, they were either texting or calling, and it was just radio silent. Jimbo's last post was taking a picture of his wife sitting on the beautiful beach of Corpus Christi, Texas. He always joked about how he did all the work while Michelle relaxes, but if anyone knew them, they knew that Jimbo wouldn't have it any other way. He loved to work, and he loved Michelle. If I knew that that was going to be the last time I spoke to them, I probably would have told him to be careful. I probably would have said, I love you. I didn't want to believe anything bad happened to them.
One scenario that no one wanted to believe was that Jim and Michelle had tragically crossed paths with a madman, Adam Curtis Williams. Now, Williams was on the run in the butler's truck somewhere south of the border.
Now you're just trying to get as far south as you can?
Right. I'd been on the run to Mexico before, and I wanted to go down to Playa del Carmen because I'd had an apartment there once before, and I knew what I had to do there to survive, and I knew that I would be able to survive there and have a place and make enough money to go to the next spot, which I wanted to go to the Cayman Islands.
How were you going to make money?
Selling drugs. That's what I did the first time I was there.
You had connections there and so forth?
No, I just, I speak a little bit of Spanish, and Cozumel is right off of Playa del Carmen, so the cruise ships come in right there, and then everybody takes the ferries into Playa del Carmen because there's a really famous street called 5th Avenue, which is amazing, actually. Well, all the tourists want drugs. All the tourists are also afraid to buy drugs from the Mexican people because they feel like they're going to get robbed or whatever. So even though I look the way I do, once I talk to them for a second, hang out with them, they buy me beers, I sell them drugs, and it worked. It worked really well the first time I was there, and that's what I did, and that's what I planned on doing again.
But you didn't go to the Yucatan Peninsula, you went to Jalisco.
We stopped in Jalisco, and we'd been driving for days without stopping because I wanted to get as far away from the border as possible. So Amanda convinced me to stop and to rest and let us recoup.
Then Williams again deploys his wicked charm to set up camp on the property of a local merchant.
I ended up vibing with the owner of the place, and he was like, oh, this guy is cool. And he offered to let me park the trailer in this fenced off area, which I was like, awesome.
So that's why you stopped?
Yeah.
But that was a mistake?
Oh, yeah.
Can you feel the heat?
No, not at that time. So when we stopped there, it was nothing had hit the news yet. They hadn't found the bodies yet. So I actually felt safe enough that I even put the gun up.
But meanwhile, back in the States, the authorities had uncovered a photo of Adam Williams crossing the border. Turns out that his close call with a beach patrol officer shortly before the murders
Before I get started, are there any weapons in the vehicle?
lead police to identify him as a person of interest in the butler's stolen truck.
The first picture that we saw of him was the picture in Jim and my mom's truck crossing the border. And not to judge a book by its cover, but you could probably tell that he was not the nicest dude in the world, just having a head full of tattoos.
I think at the point of seeing that picture, I tried to hold out hope, and my husband was just like, we have to be real. There's something that happened, and we have to be open-minded to the worst case scenario.
Michelle and Jim's family and friends then mobilized their own investigation, harnessing the power of social media.
I created the Facebook page to find them. I believe the Facebook page is one of the reasons that he was captured. And Caitlin and Bradley, they were very involved in getting all of that organized.
I used Facebook to post online, posted pictures, and I just begged people, please share, please share. And first day it was like 10 shares, and then it ended up turning into 1,000 to 15,000 to being shared on different pages to people reaching out, and it blew up really quick.
Then, a break in the social media hunt. A tip comes in from south of the border.
We were sitting on the couch one night, and I get this message request on Facebook, and it was somebody in Mexico messaged me and said, I know where the truck and camper are.
The next thing I know, I'm getting tackled off of the chair because my back was to the trailer door. The next thing I know, there they are.
Fugitive Adam Williams was already in Mexico, having left behind a shallow grave on a beach in Padre Island, Texas. Meanwhile, police made a grim discovery: the bodies of James and Michelle Butler.
How could anybody be so heinous to do this to two people, probably the most friendliest folks in America?
Sheriff Richard Kirkpatrick of Kleberg County, Texas, where the murders took place, took charge of the hunt for Williams, who was holed up 800 miles away in Jalisco, Mexico, on the property of a local merchant.
We receive a phone call at our office from a gentleman who owns a trailer park that says, hey, I think this guy is here, and he's staying in our trailer park. And it's the break we've been looking for.
Kirkpatrick enlisted the help of the U.S. Marshals, as well as an elite Mexican police unit that tracks down foreign fugitives like Williams. Were you completely blindsided when the SWAT team showed up?
Totally. Super drunk and high.
What time of day?
Oh, it was night, late at night, maybe like midnight-ish, something around there. I'm really not sure. I was just drunk the whole time I was there and high. I was literally in there tattooing on Amanda, drinking tequila and smoking weed, dab pins and everything. And the dog wouldn't stop barking, but she wouldn't ever stop barking, so I wasn't really tripped out about that. And the trailer door was open, right? And I just kept sticking my head out there yelling, shut up, And then the next thing I know, I'm getting tackled off of the chair because my back was to the trailer door. The next thing I know, there they are.
On November 6, 2019, 2 weeks after murdering the Butlers, Mexican police tackled Williams to the floor and shackled him for handoff to U.S. Marshals. But even to this elite team of cops, the killer cut an intimidating figure. The sheriff who deployed that team said later that he's one of those individuals I believe is capable of absolute terror. Even the men who apprehended you sounds like were scared.
Okay.
Did you pick up any of that?
The U.S. Marshals? Yeah, I could tell they were afraid of me.
What state of mind were you then? Were you going to attack?
I wanted to really badly. I wanted to.
If you had your gun, would you have shot at them?
Oh, 100%. If I would have had the opportunity to, I would have, yes. When they first arrested me, there was a dude had a gun on his leg, right? And it was just rattling around. So the whole time I'm sitting there with the handcuffs on, I'm like, I can get that gun out.
Wow.
I can get that gun out.
Criminally minded to the end.
I know how to hit handcuffs in a certain way if they're not double locked to where I can open them. I learned it in the feds. So that was my goal, right? Is hopefully he won't double lock them, or I can get him loose enough to where I can get my hand out. Or while he's loosening them, I'll have an opportunity.
But you're there in custody, surrounded by elite Mexican police, U.S. Marshals, and you're still plotting.
Yep.
What does that say about you?
You tell me.
Criminally minded?
Criminally minded, sure, yeah. I think it says that I don't ever give up. I will never quit. I will never give up. I just don't have that in me. I'm not a quitter. If I'm gonna see something out, I'm gonna see it out to the end.
Did it never occur to you that you could take your intelligence and competitive nature and direct it in a different direction?
I wish more than anything, David, that I would have done something other than the things I've done in my life.
Williams was extradited back to the States. The sheriff was waiting.
I'm at the airport in Houston. I'm standing at the gate, and I see Mr. Williams, and I'm just, I'm without words. Williams is a dangerous man. I mean, make no mistake about it. He does not care who he takes down or who he puts in his path. It's utter destruction and death wherever he turns.
Adam, clearly there was, in that man's heart, that Adam Williams, right, the hellbound one, no remorse in his heart or soul.
Yeah, I honestly cannot believe the things I've done throughout my life.
Sit right here. My name's Edward Rosen with Texas Rangers. What's your name, sir? Adam.
At the time, Williams shut down the police's attempt to interrogate him.
I'm not gonna say anything without a lawyer. I need to talk to a lawyer.
While his former wife, Amanda Nover, desperately tried to save herself at his expense.
It was that night that Adam got the new truck and trailer.
There would be no trial. Both suspects would plead guilty to murder. Amanda Nover took a deal in exchange for a 20-year sentence. Williams got life. Nover and Williams, the one-time lovebirds on the run from the law, eventually divorced. But soon enough, Williams once again found love. The self-described monster was about to get a new girlfriend and a new religion.
Finding God and forgiveness and grace was something that I needed, or I would have ended up killing myself in here.
I don't know what's in your heart, Adam. Only you and your God know what's in your heart. But your record leaves me skeptical. Skeptical even that this religious awakening is genuine. You understand why I would be skeptical?
Oh, I understand you.
Are you really a saved Christian? Or is this some kind of stunt?
What would be the purpose of it?
Make yourself look less evil, attract attention through your writings and this interview? I don't know. I'm just asking because you have a lot of sins to live down and a long record of manipulation. And so I'm asking you, are you really a changed man?
Today, serving life in prison, Adam Williams has connected with an old friend and a new love, Ashley Green. She's been writing his story in a Substack journal called Hellbound. The title plays on Williams' recent conversion to Christianity and his claims of spiritual redemption.
You know, a lot of felons find Jesus in jail.
Yeah, and you know, I've always actually looked down on them, right? And for real, too. It's just like, look at them, you know, fake ass, right? That is really how I looked at them.
Is it because you doubt the sincerity of their faith, or you just don't respect a man who won't engage in violence?
Both. I have nothing to gain from saying I'm a Christian now. I'm not trying to go back on appeal. They will never let me out of here. Finding God and forgiveness and grace was something that I needed, or I would have ended up killing myself in here. It's just like something like passed over me. And it's called the Holy Spirit. I felt it. The hair stood up on me, on my arms, and I felt the Holy Spirit And that's how I know God is real. And that's why I know that change is possible, is because I feel it. I feel the Holy Spirit. I don't care what anyone thinks about me.
And yet, William's story as told in Hellbound completely omits the worst of his sins, including the brutal murder of the Butlers and his pattern of violence against women. It's a major contradiction in his public atonement.
In Hellbound, you only address the hell brought onto you and that you had to endure it, not the hell you created for people like the Butlers or these women you assaulted. Do you think that accepting Jesus as your savior wipes the slate clean?
Absolutely not. There is no wiping the slate clean when you've committed the kinds of horrific things that I've done in my life. I am forever going to be in that, known for that. It will always eat away at the end at me.
I don't know how much of Hellbound is your writing versus Ashley's writing and editing. I assume you have a lot of influence over it. She says in the booking correspondence that that you did not address these crimes in the book out of consideration for the victims. None of this is in Hellbound. Why not?
I wanted to do something for the victims' families. So this is going to be something totally separate.
But if you're writing this story, right? You're writing this story to, I mean, in your words, share it with the world in the hopes that somebody reads it and is helped by it. Why avoid your most depraved crimes?
I'm not avoiding it.
Well, in Hellbound, you did. I'm talking about in Hellbound.
Okay.
None of this is told in Hellbound.
I wanted to write it and have it be its own thing. And I wanted to donate all the proceeds to the victims' families.
Because these omissions, it starts to look like you are avoiding your most depraved crimes. And this is supposed to be a book where you're coming clean, right?
Right.
But it reads, right, almost like a whitewashing without addressing these crimes.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, all right.
It's like the opposite of coming clean. You don't talk about the worst of it. And I don't think the victim's family want to see your woe is me book about your sad childhood without an honest accounting of what you did to their loved ones.
Okay.
Do you?
I see where you're coming from.
Adam Williams may believe he's seeking redemption in the eyes of God, but what about the families of the people whose lives he so brutally cut short? We showed a portion of our interview to James and Michelle Butler's family.
What about the Butlers, Adam? James Butler, Navy veteran, right?
Yeah.
Good man by all accounts, served this country honorably, family man, living out a well-earned retirement.
I robbed him. I robbed him of his life. I robbed his children of a life with him. And that's what really gets me, right? Is the selfishness of my act. I didn't just rob him of his trailer and his life. I robbed his family of a life with him. And that's that gets to me. When I say in the beginning, the guilt is just all too consuming, right? It's not that I'm laying in here in my cell, feeling sorry for myself. It's the thought of what I took from them. And really, it's not even so much James and Michelle because they're dead. It's their kids and their grandchildren. I robbed them, all of them people, of a life with them. So I can't even fathom what it's like for them, and I did that.
Michelle Butler, a mom, hard worker, told me your epiphany happened when you envisioned them in your cell forgiving you. Were you sober at that point?
Oh, no. I had been awake for 6 days, I think.
You're not asking for forgiveness from the Butler family?
I don't deserve their forgiveness. I'm trying, I want to try and give them some sort of closure. I can't ask them for anything. I don't deserve anything. How selfish of that would be of me to ask them for forgiveness. I can't ask them for that. I would like to tell them I'm sorry. That's why I looked over at the camera. I am sincerely sorry that I robbed you of a life with your mom, with your dad. I did that, and I'm so sorry. I don't deserve your forgiveness, and I'm not asking for it. I apologize for my actions.
I know my mom and Jim wouldn't forgive them. I mean, the type of family I come from, we're very blunt, eye for an eye. I mean, if court and laws weren't a thing, he himself wouldn't be alive. He didn't try hard enough to kill himself, clearly, because he's still alive. I think he's just sorry he got caught, not that he did anything. I mean, he's a career criminal that finally has no chance of getting out of jail, so he's just coming to terms with it. They all find God when they're sitting in a prison cell 20 hours out of a day.
Do you also know that both the New and Old Testaments say that the punishment for murder is death? Not all Christians believe in capital punishment, but do you think you deserve to die for murdering those innocent people?
Yeah, I do.
By the laws of man or God?
We don't get to choose what God chooses for us on our day that we stand in front of him. He gets to choose that. By the laws of man, yes, I deserve to be dead. That's the most greatest thing about faith, though, and the Bible. It's all about forgiveness and grace. And I think that's awesome. And you know why I think it's awesome?
Why?
Because I've committed so many horrific acts over and over and over throughout my life that I have to believe in something. I need it.
You need it.
I need it, yeah. Or I'd still be doing stuff like that. I tried to kill myself because I felt like I don't deserve to live anymore because of all these things I've done throughout my life.
Do you think you deserve forgiveness?
No, I don't. But that's not for me to decide. That's for Heavenly Father to decide.
Are you still the man that did those terrible things?
I am that man.
Is it still in you?
It will always be in me.
Still capable of those things?
Of course I am. But I don't choose to do those things anymore. I'm trying to choose to not to do those things.
I wanted to feel what Michelle was feeling in her last moments. And she said that she was sitting by the ocean without her phone, and she was listening to the waves crash. And I wanted to feel that. I wanted to know what she had gone through. I wanted to know what she felt that day.
He took my best friends away from me. He took my future away from me. How do you forgive someone like that?
After almost 3 hours, my time with the born-again killer was up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
But in the months since I left that Texas prison, his story continues to be told through online posts. The eyes of the world, and whatever higher power awaits us, are watching.
I looked at my hands and saw all the blood that was everywhere, and
Blood everywhere?
yeah,
You could smell it?
yeah, you could smell it, see it on the carpet.
A grisly murder tears through the heart of a small town as a high school football star makes a deadly decision.
38 stab wounds, strangulation, and a gunshot. In that moment, did you realize what you'd become?
I knew that more than likely I was either gonna die or that I was going to prison.
Today, Julius Mullins is confronted like never before about the brutal murder of his ex-girlfriend's mother, Manuela Allen.
Police told you there was evidence of, quote, excessive rage at the crime scene. They asked you if you were thinking of someone else at the time. Were you thinking of Melanie, enraged by the belief that she was off having sex with other boys?
No.
You sure about that?
Was it really a robbery turned bad, as he has long claimed? Or was there something much darker at play, hidden behind this young killer's vacant eyes?
It sounds like an evil game of chess that you're playing with these people's lives.
Yeah, sadly, I guess you could say that.
Was this straight up revenge? To punish Melanie for breaking your heart? Do you think you might have murdered Manuela to even the score for the heartache that you suffered?
Where's your emergency?
I don't know how to describe it. My wife is missing, and there's blood all over her bedroom.
On July 7, 2019, police were called to the home of Peter Allen. His wife, Manuela, a beloved teacher at the local high school, was missing. The killer left behind signs of a bloody struggle and a trail of misdirection casting blame on the victim's own family.
I know I'm the prime suspect. I know this. But what I want is I want you guys out finding the if you actually did it.
As usual, suspicion first fell on the husband, Peter Allen, who said he'd fallen asleep on the sofa after drinking on the night of the murder. But the grim discovery of Manuela's body and evidence at a nearby lake unlocked the truth.
We have some breaking news to share with you this afternoon.
18-year-old Julius Mullins is charged in connection with the murder of the mother of 4.
The beloved teacher was murdered by a student she mentored and knew well, Julius Mullins. He was also the ex-boyfriend of the victim's daughter, Melanie.
You love Melanie, didn't you? And that's not a reason to do this to her mother.
Mullins pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 55 years in prison and will be up for parole in 2047. He claims he panicked and killed Manuela Allen when she caught him trying to rob the family's valuable gun collection. But because there wasn't a trial, questions remain about that fateful night and Mullins' true motives. Was it actually a burglary gone wrong, or were there even darker forces at play? I headed to a prison 2 hours outside Dallas to find out.
Okay, all right. I want to ask you today to help us understand the boy you were at 18. That 18-year-old boy who went off the rails. That's why we're here, Julius. Tell me, why did you want to talk to us today?
I figured once your organization reached out that y'all had questions, because everybody who has watched the other interviews that I've done, they said that it left them with nothing but more questions.
Mullins has spoken to media organizations in the past, but it yielded only superficial answers.
Why did you blame Peter?
I have no comment.
I wanted to probe beyond what was on the record and behind those vacant eyes.
Before we get into the case, I want to go back. You come from what looks like a loving two-parent family.
Yeah, it was.
I watched a video of you at 14 at a birthday party.
Happy birthday to you.
You seem surrounded by love. You're smiling. Is that an accurate picture of your life at that point?
Yeah, at certain times. There was certain days there were ups and downs, kind of like any other family.
You struggled in school. You were left back at one point, nothing especially unusual about that. You excelled on the football field.
Yeah,
right.
That was something I really loved doing, was sports, not just football.
But Mullins says he gave up on football in school and gave in to juvenile delinquency.
It seems that you strayed from that path. Why do you think that was?
I started getting introduced to those things, like drugs, running the street, stuff like that. And when I got more involved with those people, the things that I was doing, the things that I was doing right, it just didn't seem more appealing to me.
In his sophomore year of high school, Mullins found love with a teenage girl who was everything he was not, Melanie Allen.
4.0 grade average, robotics, sports. I mean, she was really the whole package. And am I right that she was the class valedictorian in her year?
Yeah, she was.
So was this kind of like opposites attract?
Yeah, I'd say that in the beginning it was kind of young love.
When she agreed to be your girlfriend, how did that make you feel?
I was elated. Yeah, I was elated. I felt like I think any man would, like the highest guy in the world. Like there was nothing that you couldn't do, you know what I mean?
She brought you home, right, to her family to meet them, and it sounds like the Allens embraced or at least tolerated you, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
For the first time, Mullins breaks from his baseline flat affect and surprises me with an awkward grin. But I can't quite tell what's behind it.
Her mother embraced me. Her father was a little bit tougher, as all fathers are.
Melanie's mother, Manuela, was a beloved teacher at Olney High School, where both Julius and Melanie were students.
Everybody says she was a saint.
She was. She was the type that when she would walk in, like you would just feel happiness, you know? You wouldn't feel like, oh, this is another day, you know? Like even when she's just walking through the halls, she just had a smile on her face and would always give an encouraging word to whoever was around her.
And when you started dating her daughter, did she sort of try and help you? You went to her, as a confidant for advice sometimes?
Yeah, she would give me advice on certain things.
And what about Melanie's father, Peter? What was the vibe with him?
It wasn't bad. It was just to show that just don't break my daughter's heart, basically.
But Mullins was the one left heartbroken.
At a certain point, she's ready to move on, right? Is that fair?
There was a kind of falling out between the both of us over a party that she went to, and that's kind of how we split our separate ways. But
right. Now, breakups are always hard, but this one must have been pretty crushing for you.
Yeah, it was a low point.
In hindsight, can you see how much of your identity was at stake in that relationship?
I definitely would. You kind of get a sense of lostness and you kind of don't know what else to do.
You later told police that you were, quote, a to her in the aftermath of the breakup.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
What were you feeling?
Frustration, hurt, anger, confusion, because why she couldn't tell me herself and I had to find out from her friends, stuff like that.
Rage?
There was a lot of anger, frustration going through my head, and I was really willing to hurt whoever did it.
5 months before the murder, you sent Manuela Allen a Facebook message saying, "She broke my heart, and I just can't take it." Is that how you felt? Like you just couldn't bear it?
Yeah, for a little while. At that time, I had turned to drugs, alcohol, anything to numb the pain.
Mullins was spiraling and taking it out on Melanie and her family.
You say you still loved her after the breakup. Did you really?
I did, yeah.
For months, Mullins tracked Melanie's social life online and tried to enlist her friends and family to somehow win her back, all the while seething about the breakup.
By the summer, she started dating other people. By the way, so were you.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm sure it was a bitter pill to swallow. Yeah? Is that fair?
I'd say yes, but I mean, it didn't really surprise me. I wasn't really, like, hurt by it because I kind of figured that that's really where her mind was in the first place.
Here, Mullins begins to downplay the impact of losing Melanie and his fixation on her, maybe to deflect me away from malicious motives. So I dig in.
It does seem like you had ill will towards her. I mean, from some of your messages to friends, you called her terrible things.
You might have to freshen my memory on it.
She's a bitch. She's a sadistic bitch. I realize what a hoe she is. I'll slash her tires. She just needs to hop off my. Talking about her gets me heated.
There's a possibility I could have said something like that, because that's where my head was at the time.
How would you describe that anger?
Well, not going away anytime soon, like at that moment.
Building?
I wouldn't say it was building, it was there. It wasn't, there was nowhere it was gonna go.
I'm now making my way to the heart of the crime. Mullins wants the murder to seem almost like an accident, a burglary gone wrong. But he can't make that case if he admits to obsessive rage.
There's a reference in the record to Peter getting upset with your behavior in the aftermath of the breakup. So much so that he even changed the locks on the house. What was going on that would cause him so much concern?
That, I'm not really sure, because I didn't tell her parents that we had broken up. I just stopped coming, and I didn't come over anymore.
You seemed to be spiraling. Do you think that was the source of their concern?
It turns out that Melanie's dad was right. Julius Mullins was a serious threat, not only to Melanie, but to the entire Allen family.
All this leads up to July 7th, 2019, right? Julius, in as much detail as you can recall, tell me what happened that night.
It's the summer of 2019 in Olney, Texas, and teenager Julius Mullins is mentally spiraling down after a breakup with his girlfriend, Melanie Allen.
Things aren't going well for young Julius. You've been kicked out of your house. Your aunt asks you to leave for breaking curfew 3 times in a row. Right?
Now homeless, Mullins splits his time between a former classmate's apartment, the high school gym, and committing serious crimes.
Around that time, the end of June, you commit a robbery, right, of a building owned by the father of one of the kids that you said hooked up with Melanie. Was that a bit of revenge?
Honestly, no. At the time, I had nowhere to go, so my goal at the moment was to try to see if I can come up on some type of money so I could get my own place to stay, just so I could get food, have a bed to sleep in, stuff like that. And the reason why I did that was because I knew that they had weapons.
After getting a taste for felony theft, Mullins sets his sights on the home of his ex-girlfriend, Melanie Allen, targeting her dad Peter's extensive gun collection.
All this leads up to July 7th, 2019. Had you, at that point, already decided to break into the Allens' home?
Not at the moment. I mean, it was on my do list because I knew that they had weapons too.
It was on your to-do list?
Yeah, it was on my to-do list, but it was...
You have a to-do list of crimes? Julius, tell me what happened that night. 2 a.m., you ride your bike to the Allen home, right?
Okay, so I took my bike around towards the garage window, and I walked in through the garage, through the bedroom.
The Allens had recently returned from a 3-week trip to Europe, but were back home when Mullins entered.
There were at least 4 people in the home.
Yeah.
And cars outside, so you knew they were at the home, right?
Yeah.
That didn't dissuade you?
No, because they weren't really my focus.
What do you mean?
Like, I wasn't there for them. I was just there for the weapons.
Right, but if you're breaking into a home, right, to rob them, according to you, right, wouldn't it matter whether people were home or not?
It would, yeah. When I went in, the first thing I did was I checked all the rooms to see who all was there.
Here, Mullins again reveals a calculating and criminal mind, recounting how he prowled inside the Allens' home before striking.
You walked through the house and checked all the rooms?
Yeah, I checked all the rooms to see all was there. That's how I knew her older brother was upstairs.
Wow. Were you not worried about alerting someone while you're canvassing the house?
Honestly, not really. I've always been a sneaky individual.
Melanie's brother was upstairs playing video games. Her father was asleep on the living room couch. And her mother, Mullins' mentor Manuela, was sleeping in the master bedroom.
You're armed?
No. It wasn't until later on that I was armed.
Well, really? You're going to break into a home that you know the homeowner is a gun owner, and you're not armed? So you canvass the house, and then you go back to the bedroom.
Yeah.
Why?
Because now I know that's where they have a safe, but I needed a key to get into it. So I figured their keys would be in the bedroom. So that's why I went back to the bedroom and I started looking around. But I had opened up the nightstand, and that's where I found the 9mm. And at that point, that's when I became armed. Looked around in the closet. Didn't really find anything.
No keys to the safe? You startle her. She wakes up.
I accidentally bumped something, and then that's when she woke up. And that's when I saw that there was a butterfly knife on the dresser. I kind of panicked. I kind of just went into kind of a dark spot, grabbed the knife.
What do you mean by dark spot?
Like, didn't really... It's kind of, I guess, fear.
So this is kind of a moment of truth, right? She wakes up, and now you have to decide what you're gonna do.
Yeah, there wasn't really any time for thinking. I do remember that I grabbed the knife, and then when she got up, I jumped on top of her and I started stabbing her. I do remember that.
She's struggling?
Yeah, a little bit. Pushing. Eventually, at one point, we were both standing, and I brought her to the ground. After that, that's when I started kind of coming to realizing what I had just done.
Were you just in the red zone at that point?
Kind of. I was just acting at that moment. It was on impulse. There was no thought going into it. I just kind of did it, and then afterward looked at my hands and saw all the blood that was everywhere. And
blood everywhere?
Yeah.
You could smell it?
Yeah, you could smell it. See it on the carpet.
You say you looked at your hands. In that moment, did you realize what you'd become?
Yeah, at that moment, I knew that more than likely I was either gonna die or that I was going to prison.
38 stab wounds, mostly to the head. Right. He said in the police record, she was just panting at that point.
Yeah, it really sounded like she was fighting for breath. I was kind of in my own head, if I'm being real with you.
What do you mean by that, Julius?
And now I'm sitting here starting to think, so all the things that I had literally just done, now I'm processing through what I had just done, and
what did you feel, if anything?
The things I was thinking of was, how do I not let her family see what I had just done?
Covering it up.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And what's the plan now? You stripped the bedding.
Yeah, basically I took all that off, wrapped her inside of it to make it a little bit easier so I could drag her and get rid of her so that when they woke up, they wouldn't have to see that.
Get rid of her? Through the garage?
Yeah, I took her through the garage.
By yourself?
Yeah, by myself. I dragged her out towards the back. At this time, that's when I got the car, put it in neutral, pushed it around back by myself, had it in the alleyway, waiting, and then I took her the rest of the way, brought my bike back there too, put it in the trunk.
You put her in the trunk?
No, I put my bike in the trunk. Okay. And then I brought her through the grass in the backyard, and then lifted her and put her in the driver's side passenger seat.
Was that difficult?
It was. She was kind of heavy, but I did a lot of powerlifting at school.
Were you not afraid that somebody in the house would hear the commotion?
I knew that nobody had stirred, really. Nobody knew anything.
Okay, so now Manuela's in the car, bike's in the car, you got the car keys. What's the plan now?
Now, my main plan is to just take them to the lake.
Mullins drove out to a nearby lake and dumped her body in the brush. By then, it was almost 6 in the morning. You get on your bike and you flee the scene.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
After that, I went straight to the high school. The coach was letting me stay for a little while in the gym. So I went in there and they had a shower and stuff in there and trash can, stuff like that. Got rid of my clothes, cleaned myself up.
Did it occur to you, Julius, in the course of this? Oh my God. I was a troubled teen, and now I'm a teenage murderer.
Yeah, it did. Once I started coming to after she was on the ground in the house, like I said, I started processing all these things, and I didn't know what to do, what was gonna happen next, and I started just, I guess, accepting my fate, accepting that I'm more than likely gonna die in here.
Still, Mullins' fate wasn't sealed. In fact, for several days after the murder, he avoided suspicion and even helped cast blame on the victim's own husband and son.
I do not want to get arrested.
The whole town is now in shock and fear, right? And rumors abound about Peter and Darian being responsible. You helped spread those rumors, right?
Honestly, I did tell the police, yeah.
Well, the one day after the murder, you messaged your mom on Facebook and told her you heard her son Darian killed her. You remember that?
Yeah.
So now you're deflecting, displacing the blame onto innocent people. Was that okay in your head at the time?
No. I mean, I knew it was wrong, but yeah, I still did it.
Soon, you reach out to Melanie and you offer her support, a shoulder to cry on. Is it possible that you calculated this whole thing, that if she suffered a catastrophe, like losing her mother, it could provide an opportunity to get Mel back in your life? Did you murder her mother to try and drive her back into your arms?
I felt right now I'm dying.
Don't you have the blood on your hands?
I felt guilty for that.
You felt guilty because, frankly, you were guilty.
Interview with a Killer. New episode next Saturday at 8 Eastern and Pacific. Only on Court TV.
A former porn actor caught in a deadly father-son love triangle.
I'm not going to stop fighting to prove my innocence.
The Love Triangle beheading trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
After brutally murdering Manuela Allen in the middle of the night, 18-year-old Julius Mullins blamed members of the victim's family for the vicious crime, and then settled back into normal teenage life.
4 days after the murder, you're posting on Snapchat, right? And you're mugging for the camera like you have not a care in the world. How do you account for that?
I was doing drugs and anything to numb the pain. Most of the times, like even in a lot of those videos, I was more than likely high.
Meanwhile, one by one, the Allens are brought in and interrogated by police.
You may think that we're looking at you on this deal, but a lot of the stuff, we get more information is so we can put the whole picture together. Absolutely.
All the traumatized Allens come under suspicion because they're in the house. And how could this happen by an intruder without anybody hearing it?
I know the truth, and the truth is I didn't do it. Well, but you don't know the truth because you said you weren't awake when it happened. I did not want to lose my, she was my soulmate, and still is.
Well, it's chilling stuff. You know, they are clearly in fresh shock and grief. Did you figure that Peter would be in the cops' crosshairs?
I did, yeah.
Meanwhile, Mullins used the guise of consolation to shrewdly reconnect with his ex-girlfriend, Melanie, the victim's daughter.
Soon, you reach out to Melanie, and you offer her support, a shoulder to cry on. What state did you find her in?
Well, when we agreed to meet, I could tell she didn't trust me. She had went to a public place, and we were in the car together, and she had a knife beside her.
Melanie wasn't fooled. Within the first 48 hours of the murder, she armed herself with a weapon and went to meet Mullins.
She was already suspicious of you.
Yeah. I remember asking her what the knife was for, and she said, well, I think it's a good idea to carry it on me at all times.
At one point, Melanie directly asked you if you killed her mother.
I told her no.
She texted me and was like, was it you? I told her, Melanie, I still love you. I would never do something like that to you. Why did Melanie suspect that you were responsible for murdering her mother?
I'd say because at that time, I was getting myself involved with people who weren't really focused on caring about another person.
Could it have something to do with the several months' worth of messages that you were sending to her friends, to her mother? Profane threats?
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, her father was concerned enough to change the locks. It sounds like the Allens were afraid of you. Was Melanie afraid of you?
Not that I know of, no. At least before.
So now you've secretly taken her mother's life, and you heroically step in to console her.
I still did care about her, like I said, but I still honestly did want to bring her some kind of consolation, if that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense because you're the one that inflicted the harm.
Yeah, I know.
So you can't be the person to console her.
I understand that now.
Is it possible that you calculated this whole thing, that if she suffered a catastrophe, like losing her mother, it could provide an opportunity to get Mel back in your life?
No. I didn't plan on doing none of that. I didn't try to do that just so I can gain her attention or anything.
Oh, that's kind of what happened.
It is what happened, yeah.
Listen to this exchange with the Texas Ranger.
She was sending me nasty texts and this and that, but then turned around and they were just hanging out. So
So Danny's asked to talk to me about her mom.
Yeah.
So I get close to her.
Yeah. But we got closer since then, right? Because y'all, at first it was ugly stuff, and then now it's doing well.
We're doing good. We're doing good. Did you murder her mother to try and drive her back into your arms?
No.
You were actually gratified that the murder brought her back into your life, though, right?
Yes, I was glad, I guess you could say, that she was talking to me.
Soon after meeting Mullins, Melanie tipped off police about her troubled ex. When police focused on him, a truer picture of the crime came into view. Video surveillance showed him riding his bike away from the lake where her body was found. A footprint next to the body matched Mullins' sock, and his DNA was found inside the Allens' home.
We know your bicycle was out there.
After 4 hours of intense police questioning, Mullins cracked.
We killed her face and blood.
Then, adding insult to injury for the Allen family, Mullins told police the victim's husband, Peter, was the mastermind behind the murder.
Just the one person? Just Peter? Okay. How did Peter find you to get you involved?
Even your confession is accompanied by the vicious lie that Peter Allen put you up to it. Even when you're telling the truth, you're lying. You've murdered one of Melanie's parents, and now you're trying to get the other one, right, to take the fall for that murder.
Yeah, I didn't really, at that moment, realize that. That wasn't really crossing my mind.
But is that evil, Julius, in your mind now?
Yeah, I'd say that is sadistic.
Despite all the evidence of rage, Mullins is sticking to his story that his only motive was theft. It sounds to me like Mullins is trying to soften the severity of his actions by claiming the murder was unplanned and unintended. But I don't buy it.
Now, you claimed this was a robbery gone wrong, right? But that doesn't make sense to me. You knew Peter Allen had a huge gun collection, right? You also knew that he kept his guns in safes, in 4 safes, right? And you really had no way to get inside those safes. Why would anyone break into a house unarmed that is owned by a man with many, many guns, right, when he and his family are there? Also, Mel and her family had just been away in Germany for 3 weeks. If it was a robbery, wouldn't you do it when they were away?
I mean, honestly, I didn't really ask those questions.
You could have backed out of this whole caper when Manuela woke up, right? You would have had a lot of explaining to do, but it would have been better for all concerned than committing a murder to cover up a lesser crime. There has to be something else at play here, Julius. Do you accept that?
I'd say no. I say it was just something that was upon impulse. Like I said, I had thought that it would be a good idea to go and just get the weapons so I could sell them, make money.
Mullins insists he was only looking for a quick payday. But this murder looks more like payback.
It sounds more like an evil game of chess that you're playing with these people's lives.
Yeah, sadly. I guess you could say that.
Was this straight up revenge?
The vicious murder of Manuela Allen didn't seem like a burglary gone wrong, as this killer is claiming. It looked to me much more like a crime of wrath.
The violence of the attack indicates that it was deeply personal. 38 stab wounds, strangulation, and a gunshot. Was this a crime of passion to punish these people and make them suffer?
No.
Do you think you might have murdered Manuela to even the score for the heartache that you suffered?
I'd say no.
Really? Because that's what it sounds like when you read the record in its entirety.
That wasn't my thoughts.
To me, Mullins seems emotionally flatlined, a stone-faced wall of denial about his motives. But former Army interrogator Greg Hartley, an expert in nonverbal cues, co-host of the popular web series The Behavior Panel, sees a nervous man who's hiding something.
What I'm trying to do is to figure out whether their mouth is saying what their mind is thinking. He screams emotion. You just got to be able to see it. Look at the finger. Here's a beautiful example. This guy is so braced. If he comes in, he's prepared. He's locked down. He has his feet braced under the chair. I guarantee you, he is feeling emotion about the interview, and he's trying to contain so he doesn't explode. But when he's pressed pretty hard, you see those two fingers move up against the phone.
How are you?
These are adapters. Adapters are ways we release nervous energy.
Hartley flags 2 momentary breaks from Mullins' flat bass line that reveal a surprising emotion for a killer who says he's coming clean. Joy.
She brought you home, right, to her family to meet them, and it sounds like the Allens embraced or at least tolerated you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
Which one is more accurate?
Her mother embraced me. Her father was a little bit tougher, as all fathers are.
If you want to know who this guy really is, the only time he is amused, the only time he's happy is around these bad boy comments. Look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
When I remind Mullins how he used to trash his ex-girlfriend Melanie, Hartley says pleasure leaks out of his stony mug again.
She's a bitch. She's a sadistic bitch.
That's contained pleasure, is all it is.
For Hartley, our interview reveals that Mullins is feeling something, but it's not sympathy for his victims.
Shame is always present. That is always present. Think about that a lot. Disappointment.
He's showing emotion, but I don't think it's sorrow. Sorrow has a very distinct look. The center of your brow tips rise, and you show sorrow. There's no sorrow in his face. He doesn't feel it. He doesn't even try to pretend to feel their pain. I don't think he feels any remorse. I think he was angry about his relationship with the young woman.
And in our interview, Mullins is about to prove Hartley's point.
Julius, tell me the truth. Did you love Melanie or did you hate her?
Sunday nights on Court TV. Join us for a night of food, friends, and our favorite legal dramas. It's Order in the Court. And this week, we're binge-watching Bull. Sundays on Court TV.
I knelt right down and died.
Don't you have the blood on your hands?
I feel guilty for that.
You felt guilty because, frankly, you were guilty.
Interview with a Killer. New episode next Saturday at 8 Eastern and Pacific. Only on Court TV.
In 2019, Julius Mullins was a broken-hearted teenager when he stabbed, strangled, and shot his ex-girlfriend's mother dead. He claims his only motive was robbery, but the crime looks a lot more like one of rage, and I'm calling him out on it.
Was this straight-up revenge? To punish Melanie and Peter Allen, maybe, for breaking your heart by violently taking away the person closest to them?
No. I felt like that the only revenge that I would be given was to break into their house and steal their weapons. And sleeping with their best friend like I did.
You're saying that you slept with her best friend to get back at her. You robbed her house to get back at her. So doesn't that mean that revenge was the driving force behind your actions?
Yes, I do admit that. But it wasn't planned to kill her mother.
At that point, Julius, tell me the truth. Did you love Melanie or did you hate her?
I did love her, still. But once she was with those guys, it wasn't the same, you know?
But your actions suggest hate. You've condemned her to a life of torment. She brought you into that family. Can you imagine what it's like for her every day to blame herself for bringing into the family the man that would viciously murder her mother?
I can't.
I'm struck by your flat affect. Almost like you're looking through me. Almost like a 9-mile stare. That's what the viewers are going to see. And of course, they're going to feel what I'm feeling, which is this is a man who's not feeling the depth of the harm he's done.
I can understand that.
I don't understand how you can sit here for an hour and a half so coldly, Julius. How can we understand that?
To let emotion go is to be uncontrolled, which I'm not going to do. Now, I understand that the things that I have done in my past were screwed up, messed up, very dark and sadistic, but I've worked through those things and they don't. It bothers me, yes.
Bothers you?
It's something that I have to live with.
To live with his crimes, Mullins has turned to God and says he's now a practicing Christian.
Are you familiar with the sin of wrath? Defined as an intense and uncontrolled anger, often accompanied by a desire for vengeance, distinguished from ordinary anger by its lack of reason and balance. Wrath can manifest as hatred, resentment, and a desire to inflict harm, violence, even bloodthirstiness. Wasn't this a crime of wrath, Julius?
I would say, yeah.
And your wrath sentenced Melanie to a living hell. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
You told our booking producer that you're no longer a killer and that you would terminate this interview if we called you that. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Here you are, responsible for the lifelong torment of an entire family, and you're quibbling over being labeled a killer? Isn't that selfish of you?
I'd say it wasn't selfish, but I would say that it is not right to label by someone by what they were instead of what they are.
Even if your God forgives you, you'll always and forever be a murderer, Julius. Right?
Yep.
Mullins never terminated the interview, but he did end it with more self-pity than sympathy for his victims.
You have hope?
I do.
Even though you've deprived that family of it, you're better off than they are on that level, right? And on so many levels. You're fortunate compared to them.
I'd say less. They have a lot more than I have. The only thing I have is something to look forward to, and they have something to think about because they lost it.
You think you're less fortunate than they are?
I do. Yes, I took their mother out of their lives, but they have the ability just like you, and they can do whatever they want to do.
Wow. That is a remarkable lack of empathy, Julius.
I think they have more opportunities and resources that are available to help them get through what I did, how I destroyed their family.
Did you read the victim impact statements that were submitted to the court?
I don't think I did.
When Mullins was sentenced, Manuela Allen's husband and daughter shared their eternal grief with the court. Their heartbreaking words seemingly lost on this young killer, even now. Before my mother was murdered, I had a happy family. Now I have a shell of my former home,
and our family has been destroyed. My life is a living nightmare, and I will never be able to escape.
Now your ass is mine, and I'm guaranteeing you I'm gonna murder you. I'm letting you know that now. Because you know what? Josh might have played me, but bitch, I'm gonna play your ass out too. Watch.
The case played out like a real-life version of Mean Girls.
She is a ugly slut.
You're a fat bitch, and I'm going to kill you, I swear on my life. How do you account for that?
I don't. I was basically obsessed with the chase of it all.
Only this time, the rivalry and jealousy ended not in high school drama, but in murder.
Said it because I was upset, and truthfully, I wanted to scare.
Oh, I'm gonna show you psycho.
I never had the intent on actually harming.
And I'm guaranteeing you I'm gonna murder you.
Well, maybe that's something that, you know, one could dismiss as angry teenage banter, but not after you actually kill her.
The next piece of information that you need to know is that she is dead.
Oh my God.
All this over Josh?
I had a one-track mind.
Boys.
Yes, a boy. And at that point, I was just feuding with Sarah.
Two teenage girls fighting over one boy lead to one bleeding out on a suburban street in Florida.
You're in Pinellas Park. Okay, what happened? Rachel! Just found her.
And the other, Rachel Wade, convicted of murder.
Rachel deserves a life sentence, Your Honor.
For 16 years, she's always maintained it was self-defense, not murder, despite evidence to the contrary.
There was two sides to it, and I mean, I didn't go after her. I did what I could to avoid it.
I mean, self-defense means you have no choice, right? But you had plenty.
I mean, you're right.
What did you do before you left your apartment?
I grabbed a knife.
It's not self-defense if you're out in the streets with a weapon.
Now, would she finally come clean?
Do you accept that you murdered Sarah?
I'm back in Florida, a place where I've sat across from a son who murdered his parents, a husband who killed his wife, a serial killer who hunted hikers, this time to confront a young woman whose crime was driven by the dark intensity of teenage romance.
911, what's your emergency?
In the early morning of April 15, 2009, a 911 call came in. On the other end, a panicked voice struggling to explain what happened.
You're in Pinellas Park. Okay, what happened? Rachel! Just found her. Okay, where's the body of the patient stabbed? I swear to God, this is... Right. Someone has got to come. This girl on the ground, passed out. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know. You think she's passed out now? I don't know. She's like coming and going. Sarah, stay with us. Sarah.
A simmering feud between two teenage girls over a boy finally exploded when 19-year-old Rachel Wade stabbed 18-year-old Sarah Ludman twice, the second blow piercing her heart.
As emotions flared, Rachel's arms remained crossed. She's accused of stabbing Pinellas Park student Sarah Ludman to death.
Both girls were engaged in a vicious internet battle over another teenager. Rachel Wade stuck to her story that she stabbed Sarah Ludman in self-defense.
Despite her conviction for murder a decade and a half ago, Rachel Waite has always claimed she stabbed Sarah Ludeman in self-defense.
I acted in self-defense because I got attacked.
She grabbed me by my hair, and I remember flailing my arms.
A claim she bolstered over the years in legal appeals. Deep in the swampland of Central Florida, at Lowell Correctional Institution, Wade, now 35, says she's ready to open up about the crime. And I wonder if she'll finally take responsibility for murder. It's been, what, 16 years since that fateful night? No doubt you're older and wiser now.
Yes.
We wanted to talk to you today to try and understand the mindset and motivations behind your actions in this case. Why did you want to talk to us?
Honestly, because there's a lot of young girls out there that I think have been through similar situations, and luckily they may not have escalated to that, and I want to help prevent that.
I want you to help me understand that teenage Rachel that got you in all this trouble. Help me get inside her head, okay? From the record, it sounds like life started off just fine for you, right? You had two hardworking, loving parents.
Yes.
Very supportive.
Yes.
Always have been. And it showed in grade school, at least. You were regarded as a very bright, promising girl.
Yes.
The only criticism that I saw from your teachers in the record is that you were overly social.
I was extremely social, yes.
But in high school, Rachel's behavior started to go seriously sideways. Now, teenage rebellion is common. But you really, based on the record, seem to have taken it to an extreme.
Yes.
Right? Is that fair?
Yes. My parents were very overbearing to me, which now I see they were looking out for my best interest. And I just went the opposite direction in every way I could.
And you were just defiant.
Yes.
Right? Do you know how many times your parents called the police?
No, I was a runaway countless times. I know that they were very concerned, so anytime I left the house without permission, they called. So I would say probably 30 or more.
30 or more times?
Yes.
You became a serial runaway?
Yes. Once I met a boy that was older and I just took a different direction. I didn't care about schoolwork anymore. I used to be very proud, or wanted to make my parents proud. All that kind of went out the window, and I had a one-track mind.
Boys?
Yes, a boy.
At 16, she started dating a 19-year-old young man. Her parents caught her having sex with him and called the police. He was arrested because you were underage, right? And you still insisted on continuing to see him.
Yes.
And looking back, how do you understand that behavior?
I don't, because I really don't understand why I felt the need to be in that relationship.
Yeah.
Because it didn't do me any good.
After all, Rachel was a knockout. According to her friends, all the boys were after her. So why did she seem to always get stuck on the wrong guys? Your dad used the term fatal attraction.
Yes.
To characterize your early obsessive romances.
Yes.
Do you think that's fair characterization?
Yes, looking back, I do.
This whole turn away from your parents and their rules put you at risk, right?
Yes.
You're staying out all night, sleeping in cars or on couches, sometimes with people that you didn't or couldn't even recall their names.
Yes.
What was going on there?
I think I just wanted to stay away. Once I got caught being with the older guy, my mother called the cops, and that was just the end of it for me. I didn't want to talk to them about anything. I didn't think that they really understood.
Your folks took you to counseling?
Yes.
Right. Were you diagnosed?
I believe they said that I was bipolar and manically depressed.
Were you treated for those conditions?
I was put on medication, and I probably stopped very shortly after. I didn't stick with it.
Is it possible, Rachel, that your mental health conditions, bipolar disorder, depression, put you in a state of mind where you couldn't act on obvious red flags?
Maybe, yeah.
Soon you left school.
Yes.
You said you lost interest after the boy you liked got kicked out. Did your parents protest that decision?
They did. They were very upset.
A high school dropout, she was now living on her own and working at Applebee's. And of course, dating. And then a pattern emerges of these passionate but volatile relationships. None more so than the small man with the big ego, Josh Camacho. Emphasis on the macho.
Yes.
Spring 2008. Now, you've known him since childhood, but do you remember the moment that you reconnected as adults and fell for him?
Yes.
Can you take me back to that?
If I'm being honest, when he first started trying to pursue me, I kind of laughed at it. I had no interest. I don't really know what sparked it. One night he kissed me and I just kind of went for it.
Do you think you became obsessed with him?
I think I became obsessed with the situation.
The situation was a love triangle. Josh Camacho had another girlfriend, Sarah Ludeman.
Really was just kind of oblivious in the beginning. I didn't believe he was cheating. And then when I started seeing the truth, I think I spiraled.
I told you to watch your back and not to chill with him. Now your ass is mine.
The chase between the two lovesick teens had just begun and would soon turn deadly.
Excuse me, sir, what's going on?
There's been a stabbing. There's a fighting. There's a stabbing.
Someone was stabbed?
Yes. She's on the floor.
Who stabbed her?
It was spring of 2008. 19-year-old Rachel Wade was on the rebound from one bad relationship and about to start another with a teenager she'd known since childhood.
I want to get over the last guy, the older guy that I was with. So I just decided to go for it. And I'd known Josh my whole life, so I thought it was a safe space.
Josh Camacho was slight of build and stood only 5'5" tall. But he was every inch a player for sure.
And you were all in,
yes.
Right? You posted, you were in love, and, quote, he's all mine.
Yes.
You were planting the flag on him. And, of course, you weren't alone in this powerful attachment to Josh Camacho.
Rachel knew that Josh, at his young age, already had a child with a girl named Erin. But after just a few months of dating, Rachel was scrolling on the social media platform MySpace and noticed a photo of Camacho with another girl at the beach, Sarah Ludeman.
That set you off?
Yes. That was when I think I found out, or I realized that he was really seeing somebody else. And then when I started seeing the truth, I think I spiraled.
17-year-old Sarah Ludeman, a junior in high school, was driven. She attended a specialized school and hoped to be a veterinarian. But all that changed one summer day when Josh Camacho emerged from the back of the local Chick-fil-A where he worked, walked past Ludeman, and winked. That was it. She was smitten. Soon Josh would be dating both Sarah and Rachel.
When you started seeing the truth, was your anger directed at him or at Sarah?
It was directed at both. It didn't go very well for me when it was directed at him. It usually turned into a pretty bad fight.
Physical?
Sometimes. A lot of mental and emotional. And he would normally leave, and then I would usually go the other route.
What do you mean?
I would argue with Sarah.
So the feud with Sarah starts on social media, right?
I don't know. It was just a constant rival. It consumed me to the point where I was tired of being harassed.
But you were harassing just as much.
I was, yes.
You're both doing your best to scare and humiliate each other.
Yes.
Right? And to secure your positions with Josh.
Yes.
I have to say, some of your messages to her seem really unhinged.
Yes.
Aren't you after these, Sarah? Seriously, answer your phone. Don't be a You want to come through my neighborhood and be a psycho bitch just like Aaron. With Josh's car, you're with me when you with his seriously. I'm letting you know now, you're either going to get up or something of yours is. So watch the out or answer your phone. Stop being a bitch. End of message.
How do you explain that?
There was plenty of times that she came to my job harassing me, and I had to ask my manager to dismiss her because I was going to get in trouble. They've made me spill beers on customers. They followed me home from work and rear-ended my roommate at the time's car. So all of that leading up, I think that my threats to her, I did intend to scare her, along with my, my rage or fit of rage at the moment.
In what will later become key evidence in the trial, Wade calls Ludeman again and issues a death threat.
Please tell me, Sarah, why you would be a dumb enough to put a brand new picture of you and Josh at the beach on your MySpace. Seriously, I told you to watch your back and not chill with him. Now your ass is mine, and I'm guaranteeing you I'm going to murder you. I'm letting you know that now, because you know what? Josh might have played me, but bitch, I'm going to play your ass out too. Watch. You're fat bitch, and I'm gonna kill you. I swear on my life.
Body shaming, threats of violence, even death. How do you account for that?
So I think I really just wanted to scare them. I wanted them to think that I would do something, which I never really had the intent to do, and that they would just stop.
The horse race for Josh's affections went on for months, and Josh seemed to enjoy it. One week he's with Rachel, the next Sarah. The two girls jockeying for position and taunting each other.
March 2009, she's posting pictures of her with Josh in New York, so she's winning. You have to see these images pop up. It must have driven you crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It was upsetting because I believed him when he said that he wasn't seeing her, of course. And then I would post and do the same exact thing in return.
By April, the tide of Josh seems to turn against Sarah. He's now ignoring her again at school. His treatment of her sounds abhorrent.
I didn't know he was mistreating her at the moment. I thought that they were together. And I think, to be honest, that I had started seeing somebody else or hanging out with other people.
So even though you were hanging out with other people, pursuing other love interests, you still couldn't detach from the Josh-Sarah dynamic?
I think she was still making phone calls or, doing things in assumption that we were still together, and I think that I still fed it, yes.
April 13th, you post on MySpace, "Loving my boo." I'm sure at the time you knew that she was going to see it and be upset, right?
Probably.
And no doubt she was. All this leads to April 14th, 2009, right? Josh makes plans with you. Right? Was that just out of the blue?
He called me and asked to stay the night at my house. I ended up asking him if he loved me, and he said, I don't know. I said, do you love her? He said, I don't know.
6:36 p.m., Sarah texts Josh complaining about his treatment of her.
Josh acquiesces and invites Sarah over to his sister's house to hang out. Thrilled, Sarah updates her MySpace page with a post.
8:30 p.m., she borrows her folks' minivan and heads over to be with Josh at his sister's house. But first, she drives by your apartment and she yells, according to one of her friends, "Stay away from my man."
I didn't know what she called out. I know that there was a lot of screaming outside of my apartment that night.
You didn't take the switcheroo very well. I can understand that. I mean, you must have been livid. Can you admit that?
I remember I was very upset when I drove through, yes.
Over the course of that night, Rachel would go from upset to red-hot mad with deadly consequences.
Tell me, Rachel, tell me what happened that night.
Did you murder her mother to try and drive her back into your arms? Oh my God.
Interview with a Killer. New episode next Saturday at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on Court TV.
A 6-year-old shot his teacher. Their side battling that it is part of the job. Just outrageous.
The first grader shoots teacher civil trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
It was April 14, 2009. The night sky was clear with a calm breeze, weather belying the violence about to unfold. Sarah Ludeman, Rachel Wade claims, had cruised by Rachel's apartment in her parents' minivan, screaming threats to stay away from Josh Camacho. The man, if you can call him that, the teenage girls were fighting over. For support, Rachel called yet another boy she'd been dating, Javier LeBoy.
I called him and asked if I could go to his house because it was somewhere that I thought nobody would know where it was.
You went there seeking shelter?
I went there to wait for my friend because she was with her boyfriend, yes.
Right. Now, you've said that you were so afraid at that point, right?
Yes. They had told me they had intentions on jumping me, and there was numerous people with them, so yes, I was.
Afraid for your life?
I guess you could say so.
Before you leave your house, you grab a kitchen knife.
Yes.
Why?
I thought it would scare them because I knew that there was going to be numerous people with them. I knew it wouldn't just be Sarah by herself.
So were you more afraid or more angry?
I think it was both.
It strikes me that Wade wants to have it both ways in this interview. Sure, she admits to the killing, But she's still also heavily hinting at being afraid for her life, a pretext for justifiable lethal force. And her memory is about to get wobbly too.
You end up at Javier's house. You told police you went there seeking safety, like safe harbor from these threats.
Yes.
Is that true?
I did.
And at the point you get there, are you more scared or more angry?
I think I'm both. I don't know. I think the scared fueled the anger and vice versa.
A witness that was there with you and Javier later said that you were in a rage when you showed up. Because rage suggests much more anger than fear. Fury, even. Can you admit to that?
I admit to ranting about the circumstances of the night.
Rage also suggests that you're not quite in your right mind.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Enraged, Rachel wanted to confirm her suspicions that Sarah was with Josh that night. So she left and drove to Josh's sister's house and spotted them together. Josh saw her too and added insult to injury.
He texts you, he says, "Go home. I don't like you no more."
I do remember him saying go home. I don't remember all of it.
Rachel drove back to Javier LeBoy's house red hot mad. A friend of LeBoy's, Dustin Grimes, was there as well.
And he hears you say, when you get back from confirming your suspicions that Josh is with Sarah, after canceling on you, "I'm gonna kill that bitch."
I don't recall saying that at all. I had said that previous on a voicemail. I did not say that at that moment. And the reason that I left the house
Why would Dustin lie about that?
I don't know.
Is it possible that you were in some kind of red zone and you can't remember exactly what you said?
No, the only thing...
That's very specific, and it seems unlikely that he would make that up out of blue.
The only thing that I can say is he had a girlfriend that did not get along with me and was also friends with some of the girls that harassed me.
Well, can you see how damning that evidence is?
Yes.
12:33 a.m. Sarah calls you, right? She's in the car on speakerphone. Two witnesses in the van say they heard you threaten to, quote, stab her and her Mexican boyfriend.
No, I didn't say that.
You deny that?
Yes, I did not say that.
So now 3 people have heard you make death threats, deadly threats, within the span of a short period of time, and you're denying all of that?
Did not say that at all.
I don't want to get bogged down arguing with you, but a lot of what you're saying contradicts what you said back then and certainly contradicts the evidence in the record. You realize that?
I mean, I'm not going to admit to saying something I don't remember because I've never admitted to saying any of that night.
Okay, well, you say you're here to try and help all the little girls out there that might go down this dark path.
And I am.
You are?
Yes.
But not if you're lying to me.
But I'm not lying to you. That night, I do not recall making any threats of any kind like that.
Sarah had called it a night and was about to drive home when she happens upon a friend who gave her what will be fateful intel. Rachel Wade was just blocks away in front of Javier LeBoy's house, hanging out by her red car. Sarah and 2 friends sped off to confront her, unaware that Wade was armed with a knife.
You were ready to fight her. You were not trying to avoid the fight. You're out there in the streets with a knife, almost like you're laying in wait for the fight. Sure seems that way.
I don't recall. If I would have intended on really fighting her, I would have stopped at the house when she was outside and fought her.
Where's the knife at this point?
It's on the hood of my car.
On the hood of your car, ready. That's not exactly a defensive position.
At around 12:30 a.m., Sarah and her friends arrived outside LeBoy's house. The minivan screeched to a halt. Wade was ready. Within moments, Sarah is out of the car and face to face with her armed rival.
Let's talk about the fight. Witnesses agree that the whole thing lasted just a few seconds. Is that your recollection?
That I don't remember much of it, but yes.
You told police you were flailing with both arms everywhere with the knife pointed out like this.
I remember walking towards her with the knife pointed out, and I remember being struck one time and my head being kind of pushed down, and then I started swinging.
One time?
Yes.
Okay. At the time you said you were hit more than one time.
I mean, I remember being hit once and my head being pushed down with the other 2 coming towards me.
Sarah was unarmed, but Rachel was ready to strike back with deadly force. Her knife came down on Sarah twice, the second stab fatal. The fatal stab wound was a forcible wound, right? It was 2.5 inches deep, pierced the pectoral muscle, all the fatty tissue, the fourth rib, in fact, the left lung, and into the heart. It had to be delivered in a downward striking motion with weight behind it. In fact, witnesses describe what they saw consistent with that. Do you admit that?
I don't recall a lot of that moment.
If you can't remember the stabbing, how can you be so sure about all the other details that you recount from that?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not sure about that you've said that I don't recall any of them.
Were you like in a blind rage? Is that why you can't remember?
Could have been.
After the stabbing, eyewitnesses saw Sarah stagger back to the minivan, where she used her last breath to call Josh. But all she could say is, "It hurts." Then she collapsed on the pavement. At 12:45 a.m., Sarah's friend, Julius Smith, frantically calls 911.
What happened? Rachel! She stabbed her. Okay, where on the body is the patient stabbed? I swear to God, this is... Okay, where on the body is the patient stabbed? In the chest. Right. Someone has got to come. This girl is on the ground. Okay. Passed out. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know. I understand that, okay? Listen, we do have some help on the way.
18-year-old Sarah Ludeman was bleeding to death, and Rachel Wade was about to answer for her actions.
We're out in the street holding it in a fight. Rachel, this is where you're going to have to help me out, because it's not defense to me when you go out into the street with the knife and confront them.
A self-defense means you have no choice, right? But you had plenty.
Sir, what's going on?
There's been a stabbing. There's a fight and there's a stabbing.
Someone was stabbed?
Yes. She's on the floor.
Who stabbed her?
The voice on the 911 call was Javier Laboy, Rachel Wade's friend and sometimes boyfriend. He was trying to stop Sarah's bleeding by applying pressure to the stab wound.
You gotta tell her.
Calm down, sir. They're on the way. The police are on the way. Just tell me what happened.
She pulled out her pocket knife. By the time we got to them, she was already stabbed. She was on the floor.
Okay, she's there. Everything's in the call. Stay on the line with me. Hold on. And where's the knife now, sir?
I have no idea.
Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the scene to find Sarah lying in the street, her breathing shallow. Rachel Wade, meanwhile, was sitting calmly on a bench smoking a cigarette. But first, Wade threw the murder weapon onto a neighbor's roof. Your accounts shifted a lot to police, right? At first, at the scene, you told them you didn't know what happened to Sarah, and you didn't mention the knife. You ditched the knife.
I did.
And omitted it from your first police statements.
I did.
Why?
I think fear.
Fear of?
The outcome. I didn't really know what had actually happened.
You were hiding evidence.
Yes.
There are disturbing accounts of your manner after you killed Sarah. One of the witnesses recounted that you were smirking or smiling after the stabbing. One cop said she appeared calm and unconcerned as to the events taking place around her. Another officer said the entire time she never became upset, never cried, never asked how the person who was stabbed was. How do you account for that?
I don't recall much of any of that. I remember sitting on the front porch. I remember having guns drawn at me.
At the time, you said that, well, I was in shock. They were noting your manner, your calm, unconcerned manner, with suspicion. Meanwhile, Sarah was actually in a physical state of shock. Right? She had lost half the blood in her body. Under interrogation by homicide detectives just after the stabbing, Rachel claims she was only defending herself.
She just started screaming at me, and she laughed at me and said I wasn't going to do anything, and then she realized that I had a knife, and she kind of backed up, and then she started swinging on me anyways, and I just coming around.
Where were you holding the knife at the time?
I just had it out to the side, and then I saw Janet coming at me, and I saw the other girl come around the back end of the car, and they were all screaming at me.
At one point, you told police all three women were chasing you around your car, which doesn't match any of the evidence.
I don't know why I said they were chasing me around my car. They did run up to my car, all three of them at one time.
Some of the witnesses say that they didn't all get out together. Some say they did, even though you made it sound like you were basically fending off Sarah and Janet at the same time. All of the witnesses say that no one touched you until after you fought and stabbed Sarah. Is that true?
I don't recall anybody but Sarah hitting me initially, yes.
The next piece of information that you need to know is that she is dead.
Oh my God.
Okay, she died as a result of these stab wounds that she had at Northside Hospital.
Detectives deliver the devastating news of Sarah's death, then dismantle Wade's self-defense claims.
You're 19. You have to know that holding a knife in your hand, whether you intended to or not, if you stab somebody, the risk of that is the knife is a deadly weapon. You know that people die from stab wounds. So if you're holding a knife during a fight, the chance of that happening obviously increases dramatically. Rachel, this is where you're going to have to help me out, because it's not defense to me when you go out into the street with the knife and confront them.
The homicide detective explained it to you in that interrogation. Self-defense means you have no choice, right? But you had plenty. You could have stayed home and called the police. You could have gone to your parents and called the police. You could have taken shelter inside Javier's home and called the police. You could have just gone home when Josh said, go home. How do you account for that?
I mean, you're right. I could have done any of those things. Most importantly, I could have called my parents. Would have been a safe place.
This is why it looks more like fury than fear.
It turns out Wade's blind rage had driven her to a knife attack once before.
Now, this wasn't the first time you were violent with a knife. What about in November of 2005? Didn't you attack your mother?
I was
Throw a kitchen knife at her?
to cut myself, and she tried to stop me.
You
and
threw
I
a
threw the
kitchen-
knife and went in the bathroom.
Well, first you assaulted her physically.
I don't remember. I just remember throwing the knife when she came after me to take it from me.
It's in the police report. You dug your fingers into her arms, you ran to the kitchen, you grabbed a knife and you threw it at her, thank God. The blade didn't strike her abdomen. But is that another example of like you going into the red zone?
Yes.
Do you think that is part of your mental makeup or condition?
Possibly.
Do you know the term covet? The covet? That's when you want something so desperately that you can't have or that someone else has. And it occupies your thoughts every day until it narrows your focus. And then it starts to drive your choices and behavior. Does that ring true at all for you?
I think so, yeah. Looking back, that could definitely.
Did you kill Sarah out of your covetous desire to possess what she had with Josh?
I can't say that because I didn't have the intent to kill Sarah.
The crime leaves Sarah's father, Charlie Ludeman, heartbroken, looking for answers and seeking cold comfort in calls to his dead daughter's cell phone.
Yeah, Sarah's Daddy. You know you're not with us no more. I'm hoping somebody's listening to this phone. If you are, could you call me? My number's probably on your screen. My daughter was killed last night. I just want a little closure.
End of message.
Would Sarah's parents and friends finally get the closure and answers they need? During the tense trial, Rachel Wade will try her best to avoid responsibility.
I acted in self-defense because I got attacked.
Did you murder her mother to try and drive her back into your arms? Oh my God.
Interview with a Killer. New episode next Saturday at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on Court TV.
A 6-year-old shot his teacher. Their side battling that it is part of the job. Just outrageous.
The first grader shoots teacher civil trial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
State, you may proceed with your opening statement.
On July 21st of 2010, at the Pinellas County Courthouse in Clearwater, Florida, Rachel Wade's murder trial began. Wade pleaded not guilty. This is Florida, after all, where the Stand Your Ground law allows for lethal force in cases of self-defense. Wade's attorney tried to use just that.
This case is about self-defense. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. An individual has a right to stand their ground and defend themselves. They have no duty to retreat, and Rachel Wade had the right to defend herself that night.
I'm gonna murder you.
But prosecutors had the benefit of Wade's own incriminating words.
Guaranteeing you, I'm no murder you.
That is what Rachel Wade told Sarah Ludeman 7.5 months before she took a knife and stabbed her right through the heart.
Many of those there that night testified that Rachel was furious and made her plans known.
At some point in the vehicle, while you were in the vehicle, did you overhear a conversation?
A phone conversation?
Yes.
Yes. I heard a girl's voice on Sarah's phone, and it said, "I'm gonna stab you and your Mexican boyfriend."
Okay. Could you clearly hear the conversation?
Yes.
Voice.
Tell the jury exactly what you heard her say.
She said, "I'm gonna stab you and your Mexican boyfriend."
At some point in time, did she make a statement that she was going to kill you?
Yes.
Okay. What was the statement that she made?
I'm gonna kill that bitch.
So, several months prior, you threatened her life. Within hours, or maybe even minutes, of the confrontation, the physical confrontation, you're heard by 3 people, 2 different incidents, threatening her life. But you deny that now.
I did not say that night.
You did not make either of those death threats?
I did not make those threats that night.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Because you did have some memory lapses that night.
Yes.
Right?
But I know that I didn't. I barely even had a conversation with her that night.
The evidence of murder piled up in the courtroom. Witness after witness sided against Rachel, including Janet Camacho, Josh's sister, recounting how Rachel approached Sarah on the offensive with a weapon.
I see Rachel come up around her car with a knife in her hand.
Around the front of her car?
Yeah.
Did she travel the entire distance from driver's side of the car to passenger side?
Like from where she was at, from that side, came around in front of Sarah's car.
The defense would argue that Janet Camacho had an axe to grind, but witness Dustin Grimes was hard to impeach, an Army soldier who by the time the trial started was serving overseas, gave his testimony by video.
As the van is put in the park, the 3 girls get out of the van at the same time. At that time, Rachel was already making her way towards Sarah, toward the driver's side front of the vehicle.
The most nonpartisan witness said he saw you move from your car to engage Sarah just as she had gotten out of the driver's side of the van. And the forensic reports confirm that, estimating that you must have crossed about 12 feet to get to her. Does that
I
ring?
don't recall. I remember them saying that they pulled up directly in front of my car and when they all jumped out at one time.
In fact, even the judge said at the sentencing, the testimony of every single witness was that the defendant went towards the victim. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Defense, please call your first witness. Judge, we would call Javier LeBoy. Only Rachel's former boyfriend, Javier LeBoy, offered a token defense at trial.
When Sarah got out of the vehicle, would you tell this jury, in your opinion, based on the observation, who was the aggressor in that situation?
Sarah was.
Will you tell this jury who was the one to throw the first punch?
Sarah was.
Finally, in a risky move, Rachel Wade took the stand.
I began to swing my arms back in retaliation.
To defend yourself?
Yes.
But her defense fell apart under withering cross-examination.
You said that you couldn't even remember the point that you stabbed her.
I don't remember physically stabbing her.
You remember everything else. You remember what happened before. You remember all the threats, right?
Yes.
You remember everything that happened afterwards, right? And Janet coming at you, right?
Yes.
You just don't remember that.
I don't.
So how would you know that you acted in self-defense if you don't remember that?
I just remember swinging my arms. I don't physically remember stabbing her.
You told her you were gonna murder her, correct?
Yes.
You said Sarah had told you the same things.
Yes.
You're the only one that actually followed through on your promise. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In the end, the jury took only 2 hours to convict you, right?
The defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree as charged. So say we all.
They could have opted for manslaughter, but they didn't. They chose second-degree murder. Right? A self-defense acquittal didn't sound like it was even on their radar. Do you now understand why?
Yes.
How would you explain it?
I didn't hide from it. I didn't call the cops. Everything leading up to it looked damaging.
On some level, you did feel an existential threat from Sarah. Not physically, but really, I guess, more in terms of your ego and the way you sort of organized your world. Could it be that that night, when he clearly chose Sarah over you, right, that your ego was too fragile to bear it, and so you acted to annihilate the threat? Sarah?
Possibly, I don't know.
Our 1-hour interview was about to end, but there was one final question to drive at, the most important one. Rachel Wade can't have it both ways. Would she still insist, as she has for the last 16 years, that the killing was in self-defense? Or was it murder? You got 27 years.
Yes.
Right? Could have gotten life.
Yes.
Have you accepted your sentence now?
I have.
That wasn't always the case.
No, in the beginning I rebelled. I was very upset.
You filed appeals.
Yes.
They were denied. You did a fair amount of blame shifting over time.
Yes.
Right? You realize that?
Yes.
Blame the victim, putting you in this position. Blame Josh. You blamed the police at one point. You said they never do anything. You even blamed your own attorney in motions for ineffective counsel.
Yes.
You said at the time you were truly remorseful. Is that true?
Yes. I think once it all sank in. Sorry.
It's okay.
I think once it all sank in reality hit that I killed somebody. Yes.
Remorse requires that you accept responsibility for the wrong that you did, murdering Sarah.
Yes.
Do you accept that you murdered Sarah?
Yes.
In one word, for the first time, Wade issues a long-delayed confession. At the sentencing hearing, Sarah's father, Charlie Ludeman, who has since passed away, would give an emotional impact statement, bringing the courtroom to tears. It was a fitting tribute to a young woman taken too soon for no good reason.
My child was stabbed to death by Rachel Wade. She was only 18 years old. I will never hold her. I will never see her get married. Never hear her laugh at my dumb jokes. Never drive around with me in a cab like she did when she was a little girl. The special way only a father and daughter could relate and bond. I will only be able to hear her voice by calling her phone and hear her say, "Hey, it's Sarah. Leave me a message and I'll call you back. Why? Because Rachel chose to bring a knife. She wouldn't fight fair.
Every day before I brush my teeth, pick my pistol up. That pistol is mandatory. Especially the life I was living, it was mandatory.
The killer was a hardened drug dealer and lifelong gang member.
You also called yourself Agtown's Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
And what did you mean by that?
I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory too.
The victim was a struggling young man with a drug addiction who ran afoul of his dealer.
That's nice-ass work.
The punishment began with torture.
I started tattooing his back.
And blacking it out.
Now I'm mad.
And ended with cold-blooded murder. The switch is flipped.
Yeah, so now there's no way to unflip it.
From the vicious world of street gangs and drugs, a killer talks for the first time.
There's a code to that life, right? How you pay respect, command respect.
Mm-hmm. If they see any type of weakness in you, you're not gonna last long, it's over with.
And opens a new window into a brutal crime that took a young man's life.
Is that the gun you used to kill him?
So for about a few $100s and some disrespect, you're willing to torment him.
For future references, keep it 100. This don't happen to you.
Ultimately, murder a man for acting like a junkie when you the one turned him into a junkie. How do you account for that?
Arlington, Texas, a mix of everything and everyone. The rich, the poor, and the middle class. Whites, blacks, browns, even Kurdish refugees, who built a strong community here after fleeing genocide in Iraq for a chance at the American dream. But for one immigrant family, those hopes were dashed when a young man got caught up in the dark underbelly of the drug trade and paid for it with his life. I'm here to find out why.
Morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Benjamin?
I'm good. How are you?
Benjamin Delgadillo is serving a 50-year sentence for the torture, abduction, and murder of 22-year-old Julius Al-Hassaniani in February 2021.
First time talking about the case publicly?
Yeah, I ain't talked about my case, nothing.
Right, because there was no trial.
No trial, no nothing.
Delgadillo pleaded guilty to murder, but left the victim's family and the public with many unanswered questions. Today, he's agreed to talk for the first time about the crime and the gang code he says was behind it.
We wanted to talk to you to try and understand the mindset and motivations behind your actions in this case. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Why did you want to talk to us?
I mean, it's an opportunity for both sides, really. Y'all can understand what really happened that day, and I could have a chance to voice and tell y'all the truth.
You want to say your piece?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Delgadillo is deemed so dangerous by prison authorities that he's not only seated behind glass, but inside a metal cage as an extra precaution. You're in here doing 50 years for your part in this crime, right? Far more than anyone else implicated in the case, right? Do you feel like you took the fall for this murder?
I don't really necessarily say I took the fall, but I guess I'm just the one who got stuck with it.
Interesting. Okay. We're going to get into the case in a moment, but I want to take a moment to learn a little more about your background, okay? Okay. You're from the south side of Arlington. Okay. Right? Yeah. Grew up, born and raised there? What was that neighborhood like?
You know, I really grew up with a little single mama struggling. So by the time I grew up and I was around like 11, 12, I went out there and tried to help my mama.
On the streets?
Yeah. So I started going out, selling drugs, robbing people.
How old were you?
12, 11.
11 years old?
Yeah.
And you're out there in the streets robbing people?
I mean, that's the only thing I knew.
How did you know it? Who turned you on to that life?
You know, the people I grew up around, you know, that was the culture, that was the lifestyle. Gangs, drugs, stuff like that. So I became a gang member about the age of 12.
Which gang?
I'm Five Deuce.
Five Deuce is an affiliate of the Crips gang that originated in Los Angeles and now has a large membership in Texas. Delgadillo says he's been a member for most of his life. Most of us know very little about the life of a street drug dealer or gang member. What's it like to be in that kind of life?
Like, when you first start off, I mean, yeah, it's exciting, but, you know, being in the streets, selling dope, shooting, getting shot at, that's scary, you know? Like, I mean, you think it's fun till you bullets flying past by, you see your partners dropping, getting shot.
And there's a code to that life, right? A kind of street code about how you act, how you pay respect, command respect.
Respect gonna get you a long way. You respect people, they're gonna respect you.
How important is it to project an image of strength in that game?
Oh, it's very important. If they see any pushover, any type of weakness in you, you're not gonna last long, it's over with.
On social media, Delgadillo openly promoted his business and his brutality. It was his brand. You advertised yourself as BDA. What does that mean, BDA?
BDA, all right, so BDA, that's a neighborhood clique. That's my neighborhood clique. That's, you know, we in the world of BDA 241. I got it, you know, tatted all on me. It stands for about that action. So, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Emphasis on the action.
Yeah, we about that action.
You also called yourself Agtown's Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
And what did you mean by that?
I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory too.
Were you, in fact, as ruthless as that suggests?
I mean, I already signed for my time, so I mean, I myself wouldn't speak on myself, like my actions. I would have somebody else speak on me.
That sounds like a yes.
I guess, yeah.
Everyone uses nicknames, right, to avoid government names, right? What were yours?
My first one, Puppet. I had got that like 10 years old. I had got that name though because hey, go tell him what to do. Go tell him what to do. He's gonna do it. As soon as you tell him, he's gonna go do it. So they had me like little strings.
Puppet on a string?
Yeah.
You were also known to always carry a gun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Did that start at 11 years old?
I mean, yeah. Once they put that first pistol in my hand, you know what I'm saying? Every day before I brush my teeth, pick my pistol up. Then I'm gonna go take care of what that pistol is mandatory. Especially the life I was living, it was mandatory.
Required equipment at 11 years old. And were you, even at that age, ready to use it if you had to?
I told myself I was. I told everybody else I was. Nobody really knows until it's that time.
Delgadillo became a full-time gun-slinging drug dealer. Meth, coke, heroin, etc. But his own drug of choice was something known as bars.
I was so hooked on them bars. I was a bar baby for real. Like, I got introduced to them like 13, 14, young.
As I understand it, it's basically 2 large doses of Xanax kind of melded together. It looks like a bar.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Everything just feels amazing. Everything feels good, slow. Everything just...
Slow down the game.
Mm-hmm.
Delgadillo was high on Xanax in early 2021 when he says he nodded off in the backseat of a car after selling meth to Julius al-Hassaniani. When he woke up, his customer was gone, and so was his supply of drugs. That's when the trouble began. How long had you known Julius?
Probably not even 6 months, really.
Did you know he was struggling to get clean?
Yeah, I did.
Julius was born and raised in Texas, but his parents were refugees from Kurdistan and part of an ethnic group persecuted in their homeland in northern Iraq. His family had recently sent him to Kurdistan in the hopes of kicking the drug habit he picked up in Texas. But now he was back in Arlington, and so was the habit.
Looking back on my life now, like, a lot of the people that I did a lot of deals with, I really shouldn't have been, like, dealing with them because I seen I was really hurting them more than I was helping them.
You could see that?
Yeah.
Or you can see that now, you mean?
I knew it was wrong when I was doing it.
You did?
I knew everything I was doing was wrong.
So you knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yeah, it's just, I've been so caught up into this so long, it's not about what's right and what's wrong anymore. It's about me taking care of myself.
Delgadillo estimates Julius stole about $1,000 worth of drugs from him.
There was meth, I had some XOs, heroin, some weed, like a whole bunch of little amounts of everything.
But he says it wasn't really about the product or the cash.
See, so the whole situation, like, it wasn't really behind the money. It was behind him doing what he did. Like, I felt you disrespected me, you played me, like, that's really what it was.
And the disrespect is a serious offense in that life.
Yeah.
Not only did he stick you with the debt, but he makes you look bad.
Yeah, because if I have this image that everybody knows, oh, don't play with him, hey.
Right.
Okay, so now he's not this big bad person he was. He's not untouchable how he said he was. He's not this. Let's go try him.
Because you can't show weakness, right? And so you can't let it stand.
Tap out session. So if you got some money, you want to do the same? Come through.
As many tattoos as you
Tap out for $500. All you can take.
2 weeks after that drug theft, Delgadillo found himself at, of all things, an all-night tattoo party in the home of a woman Julius was dating, Erica Perez.
It could be your whole mother body. Who's ready?
Unfortunately for Julius, he showed up too.
I ain't know he even knew them, but yeah, like, I'm getting my tattoos done, and then knock on the door. They open the door, it's Julius. I ain't know this whole time Julius and Erica is
a couple.
Yeah, so I ain't know that. So I'm like, oh, okay. But I'm not tripping on it, you know? Me, I'm not tripping. That's cool.
Stage is set now.
Yeah.
Right? Walk me through what happened that night.
This is the turning point. I'm getting tattooed. I even give them some drugs to go do. Here, boom, go do that. You want to get high? Go get high. Boom. I see too much movement in my peripheral. Too much movement. I got a backpack with some dope over there. That's when I see it again, the movement. So I look, but this time when I look, he grabbed my bag.
Julius?
Yeah, he grabbed my bag, tried to take off running with it.
So this is a second offense?
Yeah, so if I felt disrespected the first time, felt played the first time, this time you're doing it in front of me. I had already hopped up, pushed the tattoo artist off me and ran. I ran behind him. I had my gun. So by the time I run up behind him, he's trying to unlock them hoes, I put my gun on. Hey.
You must have been pissed off at that point.
I was mad. Hell yeah, I was mad. That's really what this whole situation was.
Delgadillo says his reputation as a drug-dealing gangster had been twice tested by Julius and was then at stake. According to the code, you have to act.
Yeah.
So he crosses the line, you can't let it stand, right?
Yeah.
You can't be the dealer who got punked by some small-time junkie, right? So by the street code, right, what would be the punishment for an addict who steals repeatedly from his dealer? That's the question.
Yeah.
What's the answer? The answer begins with torture and ends in murder.
So, me, I want to embarrass you. I want to make sure that you remember me for the rest of your life.
Scar him for life.
Yeah.
Who wants to get tattooed by one of Arlington's best tattoo artists?
On the night of February 1st, 2021, Erica Perez hosted a gathering. It was a tattoo party where people pay a flat fee to be inked up all night by a local artist.
He had did the tattoos on the back of my head. So I had already got some work from him. So I was like, okay, you're pretty good, you're decent.
Which ones did he do? Can you show me?
Yeah. He did the whole back of my head.
Oh, he did all of that?
Yeah. So he did the whole back of my head. And then, so I mean, I knew he was pretty decent.
Delgadillo might have gone for the tattoos, but when one of his customers showed up too, the night took a dark turn. It was Erica Perez's boyfriend, Julius, who had robbed Delgadillo of his drug supply, and now the code of the streets required that Delgadillo retaliate. Some people would have just killed him.
Yeah.
Right there and then?
Yeah.
By the street code, that would be acceptable?
Yeah.
Advisable?
Yeah. What escalated the whole situation was Erica.
Don't laugh. I'm not giving you props. I'm just saying.
Delgadillo says Perez, who had also fallen out with Julius that night, then threw fuel on the fire, goading Delgadillo to punish him for stealing. They were having an argument.
Yeah.
Right? They were arguing. And at some point, she kind of throws him under the bus.
Yeah.
And is Erica, she's watching, enjoying the show?
She's the one who recorded it.
Right.
I ain't recording none of that.
We hear her on the recording, right?
No. Hey, my bad. I'm not a professional tattooer.
Loyalty hurts more.
I grabbed a tattoo gun he had. I had my gun in one hand, tattoo in the other hand.
You had your pistol in one hand and the tattoo gun in the other hand. Okay.
So I had told him, lay down. He didn't want to lay down. Made him lay down.
Okay. Eager to humiliate Julius, Delgadillo took offense at the hometown tattoo on the young man's back and began raking the tattoo gun over his victim's skin.
You know, I'm from the South Side. He was from the South Side too. He had a big old South Side tattoo on his back. He had on a red polo shirt. I just grabbed it, ripped it.
You ripped it off, revealing this South Side tattoo on his back.
I'm really from the South Side. Yeah, so that's when I started tattooing his back, the whole South Side. So what y'all, homeboy? What you got right there?
I'm saying custom tattoo right here.
That's custom?
Oh God, I don't know what that is.
Hold on, let me see that hoe right there real quick. That hoe pretty clean, dog. Hell yeah. I blacked out the whole South Side on across his whole back. The whole back, marked it off. That's nice ass work. I'm a real ass in the South, cuz. You better ask about me. I'm VDA. While I'm marking it off, he's complaining, begging me to stop, telling me to stop.
Right?
Yeah, he's telling me it's painful. Me and my state of mind, I'm not worried about how you feel. I'm worried about how you made me feel.
Right.
So you made me feel bad, so guess what I'm finna do?
It's supposed to be painful.
He'd tell me it hurt, so I pick it up, stab it back down, jerk it around, making it as painful as I can for him. Do it a little soft.
You said do it soft. What the hell?
Do it soft? Yeah?
Ouch.
Hey, my bad, I'm not a professional tattooer.
Punishment fit the crime?
At the time being.
You advise him to keep it 100 so this don't happen to you for future references.
Hey, look, for future references, keep it 100. This don't happen to you.
Right, you talking to him, kind of messing with his head at this point? Or is this just to underscore the punishment, the humiliation?
I mean, I guess you could say a little bit of both. Like, I'm trying to add to the punishment at the same time letting them know, like, you did this to yourself. This is what happens when you try to play with people. Like, you don't touch fire and expect not to get burned.
He looks totally defenseless. Did he resist at all?
No.
No. He must have been terrified.
My goal is to embarrass you. My goal is to make you suffer. My goal is for pain.
But Delgadillo's torment didn't stop there. He then made a call to his supplier, Justin Salinas, a drug dealer rumored to have ties to Mexican cartels. So it ain't over. Now it's early morning. You make a phone call.
Yeah.
To Mr. Salinas, right? What's that conversation like?
I mean, it wasn't too much to that call. I just called him, updated him.
Was he upset? As
upset
as you were?
For sure.
Turns out Salinas had fronted the drugs Eunice stole from Delgadillo. So he's making not just you look bad, but
him,
Mr. Salinas too.
Yeah. So I had kind of picked up the phone. Hey, you remember you sent him to me? This is what he did. Hey, he tried it again. He did this, did that. So this is where I'm at.
By choosing to call in Salinas, Delgadillo was setting Eunice up for even more violence. Why him of all people? Because it seems like more than likely it was gonna be more trouble if he's involved.
I mean, I don't know why. If I'm being honest, it's just, it just seemed like he was in my circle, so he seemed like he was one of the people to go to.
It seems like you knew or should have known
what was gonna happen.
That, yeah, if you alert him, right? I mean, you must have known that if he's coming out, it's gonna be hell to pay for Eunice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Was there a point that you all decided you were gonna take his life for what he had done?
Do it soft? Yeah.
After torturing Eunice Al-Hassaniani with a tattoo gun over a drug debt, Benjamin Delgadillo then called in the big guns. 3 more drug dealers arrived, armed to the teeth. One of them, according to the record, is openly carrying an AK-47 of some kind.
Yeah.
He walks into the apartment with it?
Yeah.
So now you got 4 men armed, right? Pissed off, aggrieved, and ready to act. You guys tell Eunice he's going for a ride home. Delgadillo says Salinas then confronted Eunice, painting a scene straight out of a gangster movie.
Yeah. Before that, they talked though. Like they had Juju had sat down.
Did you hear that
talking
conversation?
to him. He just sat down in front of him, started talking to him, telling him why he messed up, and why like certain things had to happen.
By way of reprimand.
I mean, like at that point, we didn't really outright say what was gonna happen. Right. Nobody really just knew what was gonna happen, but everybody had an idea. So.
Everybody had an idea, including Eunice, who pleaded for his life. What was he saying? Do you remember?
He was just kind of really just throwing it out there like, hey, man, just let me make it. Go ahead. Just, y'all ain't even got to do nothing. Just open the door. Let me walk out. Just, I ain't going to tell nobody nothing. It's over with.
So Salinas tells him, how did you put it?
We can't just let you make it.
Make it meaning walk away.
Yeah.
Okay, now if armed drug dealers tell somebody, we're gonna take you for a ride home.
Yeah.
And that person has just stolen drugs.
Yeah.
It sounds like that means you're dead.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Is that right?
Yeah.
By then, the tattoo party was over, and Eunice was dragged from the apartment by Delgadillo, Justin Salinas, also known as Juju, and 2 other men. Erica says, whatever y'all gonna do, don't do it here. You remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so you walk him out to the car. Everybody gets in the car. Who's calling the shots now?
Really, When we left that apartment, it wasn't really no talking. It was more silence. It was more actions. It's just more, we knew what to do and what was going on.
The less said, the better. What's the vibe in the car? You said no music, no talking.
Yeah, just silence.
And there's no clear destination, kind of driving around. Was Eunice pleading his case at all?
Not really.
No, just quiet.
I mean, at the beginning, I don't think he understood what he was getting himself into when he got into that car until like 10 minutes into that car ride. Cause I do vaguely remember him telling us, hey, why are y'all going this way? Y'all know I live this way. Where y'all da-da-da.
That was the clue.
And nobody said nothing. No radio, no music, nobody's talking.
Do you think that he just accepted his fate at that point? Surrender?
I guess he just realized there was really nothing he could do at that point, yeah.
Finally, the car stops on the shoulder of the highway. What happens next?
Juju hops out first. Eunice hops out. I'm in the back seat with him. As soon as he hops out, he tries to walk off. He gets shot. He got shot, I forgot. I think they said he got shot in the throat.
The neck?
Yeah, something like that.
So you heard the gunshot.
Yeah.
Did you see the gunshot?
Yeah.
You did?
I wasn't looking at him. I was looking more at the gun. And I seen just, boom, burn off.
What started with torture had escalated to murder. Delgadillo says it was Salinas who pulled the trigger, but murder charges against Salinas would later be dropped. What was your state of mind at that point? What were you thinking at that point?
If I'm being honest, the only thing I was thinking about at that exact moment was just getting out of there.
Flee the scene.
I wasn't thinking about nothing else, if I'm being honest.
Okay. You weren't feeling any remorse, any regret, any sympathy?
If I'm being honest, no.
Eunice's body was left in a drainage ditch on the side of the highway. Before long, Delgadillo's name was on the lead detective's radar, and a police interrogation would blow the investigation wide open.
They came in carrying something. What they have in their hands? That is all right. Yeah. What'd you have? I had a pistol.
You made a lot of strange decisions afterwards, interacting with law enforcement and the courts.
I mean, yeah. There's a lot of things I wish I would have done differently.
The code of the street that led to Eunice's murder would once again come into play. Only this time, it would be Delgadillo breaking the rules. You did it to yourself.
Yeah.
Finally naming your accomplices one by one, right?
What did they do? Who's they? Just a shot.
So right here is the area where we found the blood splatter. You can see the blood come onto the guardrail, and there was actually a large pooling of blood that had been dried sitting right here on the other side of the guardrail.
Detective Justin Coffey of the Euless Police Department got the call to investigate the discovery of a young man's body on the side of a Texas highway.
TxDOT workers were doing bridge inspections that day, and they located a body in the ditch off of the service road. I was just asked to get there.
The body belonged to 22-year-old Eunice Al-Hassaniani. A witness then came forward and reported seeing a suspicious white Dodge Challenger on the night of the murder.
One of our witnesses actually was entering the freeway here at this entrance ramp. She was able to look down this service road and see a white Challenger parked at the barrier. That's when she saw the item being thrown from the vehicle, later determined to be a body. We believe the Challenger would have been parked exactly right here where my truck is parked, and Jonas was shot here at this location and probably fell back across the guardrail.
Leads poured in from Eunice's family, and eventually the phone number for a drug dealer known as Puppet. Police traced the phone to Benjamin Delgadillo, and he was brought in for questioning.
Did I introduce myself? No. Okay. My name's Detective Coffee with the U.S. Police Department. And here to talk to you about some stuff going on at your house right now. When I looked through his social media, he seemed like a pretty bad man. He, you know, a lot of photographs with guns, a lot of talk about being Ag Town's Grim Reaper. Trying to say you are Ag Town's Grim Reaper. When I would walk in that interview room, I really thought that Benjamin was going to give me the middle finger. I figured he was going to come in there and say, I'm not going to say a word. Just my surprise, Benjamin had no issues talking to me at all. I've never had a job, to be honest with you. Ever?
Never.
Okay. Not near motor yard as a kid?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make money?
I mean, I used to sell, you know, I used to sell drugs, but...
Yeah, I mean, not a big deal, it's a little weed.
Yeah, I mean, weed,
Delgadillo did the one thing his gang forbids when confronted by the cops. He squealed. First, he confessed to torturing Eunice with the tattoo gun.
And so where did the Southside beef come out? Because he had Southside tattooed on.
Yeah, I'm Southside too, but it was just I guess it was in the moment, you know what I'm saying? I'm mad. I don't know what else to do, so I'm getting a tattoo. I was like,
Can I be honest with you? When I watched that video of you taking that tattoo gun and scratching his tattoo out, I was chilling.
Yeah.
I saw a monster right there.
Yeah.
Not who I see right in front of me right now. I saw someone that was very angry, very pissed off. I mean, that's very personal. You set out to embarrass him, to torture him, to humiliate him. And I think you did that. And he was scared.
Yeah.
He didn't even raise up to you. He submitted to everything you said.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do it soft?
Yeah?
Ouch. Ow. Hey, my bad, I'm not a...
Have you watched that video yourself?
Never seen it.
You've never seen it?
Never seen it.
Oh.
I guess it was just my anger. Kept building up, and then that's just what led to it.
Were you more angry when you finished the torture than you were when you started it?
I would say yeah, because now that I had did what I had did, I'm already mad now. Now I'm mad. At first, I was trying not to get mad, so I'm not mad. I'm trying not to get mad. But now that I actually am mad, and I'm mad, now, what I'm finna do now that I'm mad?
The switch is flipped.
Yeah, so now there's no way to unflip it.
Right. Because you could have stopped after the torture session.
Yeah.
That act, that torture, started a kind of momentum of violence, it seems. Like it builds and builds. And then the way that violence begets violence, and it seemed to start when you put him on the table and tortured him. Is that fair, Benjamin?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
Then Delgadillo violated the same street code he blames Eunice for breaking and snitched.
It's Justin? Yeah. Okay. Who was Justin with?
Pedro.
Yeah. What's your last names? Brothers?
Yes.
Okay. What did they do?
They shot him.
Who did they? Justin shot him? So that's Justin Salinas 10.
Yes, sir.
Juju.
Yeah.
And he had a Glock pistol. And you saw him shoot Eunice.
Yes, sir.
And was that you?
It was me.
Was there a point that you all decided you were going to take his life for what he had done? Was it just understood that had to happen?
I guess you could say that. It wasn't really no huddle up, no, hey, let's talk about this. Hey, this is what we're gonna do. It wasn't, it was just, we seen how he was moving. It wasn't really no words, no discussion. It was just, I guess it's understood this was gonna happen.
Delgadillo still denies pulling the trigger that killed Eunice Al-Hassaniani, but he admits to being the one who sealed the young addict's fate. So torture, torment, murder. It appears to be a straight line started by you, this momentum,
escalated by the other armed men who you called in, right? Wasn't this all set in motion by you, Benjamin?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. I mean, in a way, I know I'm really the start and the cause of all this.
For the man who created the violent momentum that night, justice would be swift and harsh.
You made a lot of strange decisions afterwards, interacting with law enforcement and the courts.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things I wish I would have done differently.
Such as what?
Really, I wish I would have just went from the start of my whole case. Would have just started off different the whole way through. Really, cause
not talking.
Yeah, I placed once I did that, I placed myself on the scene, placed myself everywhere. I handed myself a life sentence.
You did it to yourself.
Yeah.
Once he was actually in county jail, I think he began looking really long and hard about his role as a snitch. People who snitch in jail, people don't look at him very favorably, and he's going to have to live with these people for a long time. He ultimately did not testify at all. He took a deal with the DA's office. He opted to take 50 years rather than testify against his co-defendants.
In that interrogation, you mixed a bunch of half-truths with lies, finally naming your accomplices one by one, right, to detectives. And then you refused to testify, right?
Yeah.
Why? Why did you refuse to testify?
I mean, there's just, you don't do that. I mean...
By the code, even if privately with detectives you've already essentially snitched.
I mean, yeah, like, I ain't finna... Yeah, that's just something,
They told you that would cost you more years if you didn't testify.
Oh yeah, they told me if I testified that they would time reduction, time this, time give me like 20 years, something like that, man. So I'm good.
Can't do that.
Can't do it.
You're in here doing 50 years for your part in this crime, right? Far more than anyone else implicated in the case. Right? Do you feel like you took the fall for this murder?
I mean, it all plays out. Like, I don't really necessarily say I took the fall, but I guess I'm just the one who got stuck with it. I guess we could say that. Better ask about me. I'm BDA.
You said you knew the difference between right and wrong. Kill a man for acting like a junkie when you the one turned him into a junkie. How do you account for that?
Yeah?
What began as a sadistic punishment over a drug theft ended in the brutal murder of a young addict by his dealer.
You know, one of the things that separates criminal life from normal people is how cheap life can be, right? It seems to me that he was acting when he took your drugs just like a junkie, and you all helped turn him into that junkie. So then once he acts like the junkie that you turned him into, you have to punish him, you have to kill him? I mean, for a few $100 and to maintain your image?
Yeah. See, I grew up selling dope, hitting licks, stuff like that, because my mama grew up struggling, single parent. So now that's wrong. For me trying to help my mama, which is right. But what I'm doing is wrong.
Right.
So y'all lock me up.
Delgadillo may now be locked up until he's in his 70s, far longer than the man he says actually shot Eunice, Justin Salinas. Ultimately, the state dropped all charges against Salinas, who was at the time convicted in an unrelated federal drug trafficking case and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Regardless of who actually pulled the trigger, Delgadillo now takes responsibility for the murder.
There is some poetic justice in your sentence in that
You know, none of this would have happened, at least that night, the way it happened, but for you, right? Eunice was on his own downward spiral, but he wouldn't have been murdered that night if you didn't set in motion this chain of events, this momentum of violence. It was you who sealed Eunice's fate that night. You accept responsibility for that?
I accepted my consequences. That's why I be speaking kind of the way I speak. I'm not really messed up about my situation because the whole situation happened because of me.
So you accept it?
I mean, I know what I did was bad, really bad, like, but I still don't feel that 50 is acceptable for what I did. Like 20, 30, give me something I can do. Like, I caught this case when I was 20, 21. Like, nobody really thinks they right state of mind, especially doing drugs in this lifestyle. You young, you up, you mess up. I just want a second chance. Just give me a chance, something. Like, I can show you better than I can tell you. Like, that old Peasy, old Benji, me, that's not me no more. Like,
why should we believe that?
I mean, it's not really, like I tell a lot of people, I ain't really gonna tell you to believe me, I'm gonna show you.
Do you have true remorse in your heart for Eunice and his family?
If you would ask me truthfully if I would do anything different, I told you I can't say I would do anything different, but I do regret and I do feel bad for him passing away and dying. That was never really my intention, but it was really never meant to go that far.
You got 50 years. Eunice's family got a life sentence.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Imagine how his mother feels every time the birthday comes around, every time the holidays comes around. How would your mother feel?
And I mean, I ain't gonna lie, like I said, I've thought about that. Like, I done did a lot of SAG time too. So, you know, I had a lot of time by myself, in my cell, to think about this. So I thought about my case. I thought about what if it was me instead, not him, like how my mama would feel, how my family would feel about this. That ain't no good feeling.
Of course, Yunus Al-Hassaniani's family is devastated by his violent loss. They tried everything to help him rid himself of the drugs and dealers like Delgadillo. They tried hard, it sounds like, to save that man from himself and from you.
Yeah.
From y'all.
Yeah.
His mother showed up after you all kidnapped him. Did you know that? That's how desperate she was to save him. The morning of the murder, the victim's mother and other family members mounted a rescue effort of their own, starting at his last known location.
Jonas's mother forced her way into the apartment to check herself and didn't find Jonas there at all. She knew her son would always call her, always talk to her, and she hadn't heard anything from him. So she was pretty persistent. Her and other family members continued looking for Jonas.
But to his mother's eternal grief, it was too late. 22-year-old Yunus Al-Hassaniani was already dead. A young son had been taken from her by the very men who fed and fed off of his addiction.
We could get your name quick. Doug Karst. I need help right now. I'm dying. Okay. Oh my God. Hang tight. All right, I'm dead.
A terrifying home invasion leaves the owner dead, and the burglar too. Police discover a conspiracy and one common denominator: a teenage girl with close ties to both men.
Mama, listen. This is my fault.
Now, she's a convicted murderer serving a life sentence without parole, even though she was never at the scene of the crime.
I'm labeled a killer, and at the time I felt guilty.
You feel less guilty now?
Yes. I was in a different town at my mom's house asleep when everything took place.
By law, as a co-conspirator, she's equally guilty as the trigger man. It doesn't matter that you weren't present, or whether you were the lookout or the driver or just the person that teed up the target. She claims she's a scapegoat for a robbery turned double homicide, even though she's the one who brought the victim and the burglar together and set the stage for murder. Don't you have the blood of both these men on your hands?
Freestone County 911, where's your emergency? Yes, I've been robbed, and somebody's tried to shoot me. 911, I need help.
It all began like a scene from a movie. A late-night armed home invasion in a small Texas town. The burglar and the homeowner opened fire on each other simultaneously and fatally.
Gotta get your name quick. Delgadillo Karst. I need help right now, I'm dying. Where'd they shoot you at, sir? In the stomach. I shot back. I think I might have hit one of them. Did you have any idea who they were? I don't know, man. I need a helmet right now. I'm dying.
But this attack was not random. There's one link between the burglar and the homeowner. The victim's niece was the burglar's girlfriend, 19-year-old Amber Halford. Police found she conspired with her boyfriend to rob her uncle. After the two men shot and killed each other that night, Halford was charged along with two other suspects with capital murder. She opted to go to trial, even though a conviction carried a mandatory sentence: life without the possibility of parole.
David, stand by, please.
Now 30 years old, she's serving her time in a Texas women's prison and protesting her punishment. We're here, Amber, to try and understand the mindset and motivation behind your actions in this case. Does that all make sense?
Yes, sir.
Why did you want to talk to us today?
To get my side of the story out, because, they made it seem like I'm some mastermind and stuff, and I'm really not. They twisted everything, I'm labeled a killer, and at the time I felt guilty, but over the years and how everything is, I'm not. It's like self-guilt. So I felt like I deserved to be in trouble.
You no longer feel that way?
No.
You feel less guilty now?
Yes.
At the time, Halford was 19 and admitted her guilt in a police interview.
I feel like this is my fault.
She says with the passage of time, she's come to believe she's not responsible for her uncle's murder and that her punishment is unjust. I think it's a good point in time to have this conversation because now you're a full-grown adult, right? Mm-hmm. Hopefully older and wiser than that teenage girl that got you into all this trouble.
Yes.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. I want to ask you to help me understand the Hearst family. You come from a big blended family,
yes,
right? And I'm still trying to map it out in my head.
My mom's real dad was Russell Varner, and he wasn't in my mom's life. But she was still a toddler whenever my grandma got with her stepdad, so he raised her. And so that was my pa is what we called him, Paul. So my pa was Doug's brother.
Doug Hearst also had a sister named Rhonda Hearst. Her son, Dustin Sonoha, is Amber Halford's cousin.
So Doug is actually Dustin's uncle, but my great uncle.
Halford would betray the family with a teenage boyfriend her parents rejected, 18-year-old J.D. Mulkey. How did you and J.D. meet?
Oh, we went to high school together. He was a junior and I was a senior, and so we had some classes together, and we just became best friends, and that was it. After that, we were inseparable.
There must have been a powerful bond, right? You said there's just something about him.
Yeah.
How do you explain it?
He was my best friend. Just, I don't know, whenever we were together, it was just me and him, like, even though it was bad, it was good. Even to this day, I don't think there's going to be anybody that I love as much as I loved him.
It sounds like your parents didn't approve.
Not at all.
Why not?
Oh, because he was trouble.
He was trouble.
Trouble.
You described him to police as gang-affiliated and, air quotes, gangster. Cops called him a wannabe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that accurate?
Yes. Now that I look back, yes.
Sometimes good girls are drawn to bad boys. Is that fair? Is that true?
Yeah.
Is that what was going on, or were you both about that thug lifestyle?
No, not me. I was just...
Not you?
No, I was raised better than that. Like, I was in, like, 4-H, FFA, stuff like that.
Do you think JD was dragging you down, Amber?
Yes, now that I look back at it, yes.
You consider yourself a essentially good girl dragged down by a bad boy?
Yes.
Halford appears almost meek and seizes the good girl led astray narrative. But is that just spin? Are you exaggerating the extent to which you were a good girl?
No, I mean, even though I did drugs and I partied and stuff, I was just, I guess, a little wild, but as much as robbing people and all that, I've never done that. This was the first time.
Did you have a criminal record at that point?
I had got arrested for assault, family violence, whenever I was 17.
Family violence?
Mm-hmm.
What happened there?
Me and my sister got in a fight, and she attacked me, and I was defending myself, but they arrested me. But that's whenever I was being hard-headed and wild and wasn't trying to listen to anybody.
Did they arrest her?
No.
And what about JD?
He had already been on probation.
You told police at one point that you tried to keep JD out of trouble.
I did try.
Is that really true?
Yes, I did try, but by the time my mom got sick again and I just hit rock bottom, it was just too much.
At the time, Halford's mother was battling a terminal case of breast cancer. Stage 4 breast cancer?
Yes, sir.
She was a relatively young woman?
She was in her 40s when this happened.
Oh, my condolences,
Thank you.
Amber. Were you spending a lot of your time helping her?
I lived with them at that time, so if I wasn't at work, I was there helping her.
Or she was with JD, planning a life together and scheming for ways to finance it because another life-changing event was quietly taking place. At the time of these crimes, is it true that you believed that you were pregnant?
Yes.
And that JD would be the father of your future son or daughter?
Yes, sir.
For the teenage mother-to-be and her baby's father, a motive comes into focus. Neither of you were exactly equipped for parenthood.
No.
Is that fair?
Very fair.
Yeah. JD had no job, and waiting tables at Cookies wasn't going to cut it, right? So money was an issue. It sounds like you didn't have a long-term plan, but you came across a certain opportunity involving a certain home owned by a distant relative. When did you first mention Big Doug's house to JD?
We were driving around town because we always just rode back roads and smoked and stuff like that. So I was just showing him like, hey, this is my uncle's house. My grandparents live on the other side. We used to own the trailer park that's right there. I was just, telling him like it all just was in the family.
It was all just in the family and all fair game to Amber Halford. Soon the young couple began plotting to break into her uncle's house and rob him. There's a term that comes up over and over again in the case record I want to ask you about. For people that don't know, what does it mean to hit a lick?
It means to go and make some quick money, rob somebody or do what you can to get the money.
It's slang, basically, for fast money, easy money, usually by questionable or criminal means. Halford and her boyfriend had the means and the motive, and were about to get the opportunity.
I found out that they weren't going to be there that weekend. We were in an argument, and I was like, hey, look, there's this, they're not going to be there. Do you want to go and do it?
Amber Halford was about to hit a lick on her own uncle and set in motion his murder.
Tell me what happened on the night of the first robbery.
Back in March of 2015, Doug Hurst married his longtime girlfriend, Joy Handsome. They planned a trip to the beach to celebrate with some friends and family. Meanwhile, Amber Halford, her boyfriend JD, and her cousin Dustin were making plans of their own to break in and rob her uncle's home.
You've taken credit for that idea.
For the burglary, yes, sir.
Halford admits the burglary was her idea, but also claims she was being coerced by a controlling boyfriend. It's a contradiction she struggles to explain.
Amber, would you say in that period that you were more leading or being led into these crimes?
I was being led.
Even though the idea to rob that house was yours? So how do you reconcile those two things?
I don't know how to really explain it. Like, I knew that's something that he liked, so maybe if I could just let him do something that he likes, it would be okay.
Even if it was criminal?
Yes.
Even if it was your family?
I wasn't thinking of the repercussions.
Word spread through the family that Big Doug's house would be unattended for the weekend. Halford seized the moment.
Big Doug and Joy were together for years, but married only 4 days before the first break-in. Right? So that was not a coincidence, right?
No.
So JD and Dustin pair up to do this first burglary, which was originally your idea. You admit to that.
Yes, sir.
Did you plan on going into the house at any point?
I was just the driver.
Were they carrying out the plan that you made with JD?
I just knew that they were going to go in there and take whatever they could and come out.
Right, but were they carrying out the plan that you and JD had concocted? They were, okay. You drive JD and Dustin to the drop point. Were they armed that night?
No.
You know that for sure?
Yes, for sure.
And while they broke in, you just waited for word to come and pick them up?
While they were in there, I was driving around making sure nothing suspicious was going on, and they called me when they were ready, and I went and picked them up.
Something suspicious?
Yes.
Other than you all?
Yes.
You all were the suspicious ones,
Yeah.
right? And then did they call you when they were ready to,
Yes.
to come out?
JD called me and told me that they were ready, and so I came over there and parked. And
How did he sound?
Like he was anxious, adrenaline running and stuff. You know, he was out of breath from running with the bags. I seen them running towards me, and they were telling me to pop the trunk.
Right, and they're running with bags and guns in their hands? Okay. Pop the trunk and go, right? How did you feel afterwards? That was your first robbery.
I was nervous. I'm not gonna lie, I was very nervous. Dustin was nervous too. He was telling us to hurry up to get back to our grandma's house.
Did you feel conflicted at all at that point for robbing your relatives?
No.
The robbery yielded 4 firearms, 2 laptops, and some costume jewelry. But it also revealed a tantalizing discovery in Big Doug's locked bedroom. Did they describe the treasure trove of guns that they walked into?
Not really, and I didn't know anything about the safe.
Halford's uncle Doug was hiding a fortune in firearms. He had a big safe, but it didn't hold all of his guns, which, according to his son, numbered somewhere between 100 and 160. So there were rifles leaning up against the wall, there were handguns in the sock drawer and the closet, and dozens of guns in plain sight. The 3 teenagers divided the loot, and Amber and JD set out to sell their share.
Dustin kept 2 guns, and I believe he got we kept 2 computers and 2 guns and the jewelry. JD was adamant on keeping the little handgun because he liked it, and I was telling him, I don't think that's a good idea.
And who would be in charge of selling?
Well, he told me to see what I could do.
You end up talking to a contact that you had, Michael Hargraves, about selling guns, right?
I was talking to Michael, and I was like, well, I don't know. I said I could probably get more, but I'm not sure.
Of course, Halford knew just where to get more guns, her Uncle Doug's bedroom arsenal. And for the second night in a row, she turned to her boyfriend.
Told JD, well, if you can get it, then, there's someone that wants to buy it.
Now, JD has seen this gold mine with his own eyes, right? And according to you, he's an aspiring gangster, so he must have been itching to go back for more. Is that fair?
Yes, it's fair to say.
Did the first score whet your appetite for more?
I didn't want to do it again.
She now says she didn't want to rob her uncle again, but it was Halford who found a buyer and told her boyfriend about it. When you and JD were discussing going back into the house, right? As tempting as it was, did it occur to you and him that hitting a lick at the same place twice on consecutive nights was a bad idea?
I learned that from them, that you didn't do that. You didn't go back to back because it's too risky.
It's part of the code, right?
Yes.
But Amber and her boyfriend were about to break that code. And this time, there would be a surprise waiting. Amber, tell me what happened the night of the murder.
I help right now, I'm dying.
19-year-old Amber Halford and her boyfriend had successfully pulled off a gun heist at her Uncle Doug's house. Now, a buyer was telling her he would pay for more guns, and the teenage couple began discussing a second hit the very next night. According to your statements, JD tells you, if your relatives are still away, I'll go back for more. And he wants you to call and find out, right?
Yes.
Did you make any effort to find out when your family was coming back?
No, not at all.
Instead, Halford instructed her boyfriend to drive by the target house and scope it out for any signs the family had returned. You just told him, go back, go around there, and basically do some recon, see if there's any signs of life, right?
I said, just drive by, see if the lights are on. That's really what I meant.
And take somebody who won't hit licks on them. And that's just what J.D. Mulkey did. Armed with a stolen handgun from the first robbery, he and two teenage friends, Lawson Abram and O.J. McLennan, cased the house and found it in pitch darkness, just as it had been the night of the first robbery. The house might have been dark, but it wasn't empty. Halford's Uncle Doug had been alerted to the first robbery and rushed back to secure the house, and if need be, to defend it. The stage was now set for a late-night armed confrontation between the two men, tied together only by Amber Halford. Let's talk about the night of the murder. March 9th, right, 2015. I know you weren't there. And where were you, in fact?
I was in a different town in Fairfield at my mom's house, asleep when everything took place.
Right? Amber, tell me what happened that night. You've heard all the versions and all the facts that were established. Can you talk me through what you understand happened the night of the murder?
From my understanding, they went through the same doors that JD and Dustin went through.
The night before?
The night before, yes. And there was a stool with the glass on it. So when they kicked the doors in, the glass fell over.
It was booby-trapped?
Yes. Lawson had told me that whenever they got in the house, all you could hear is, got you, mother***, and they started shooting at each other.
JD creeps up to the door. He's armed with the .357 that you guys had stolen the previous night, right? Followed by a voice. Some say the voice says, "Who's in my house?" Big Doug later told his son that he said, "Get out of my house." Big Doug is armed, of course, and he moves into position to defend his home, right? This is Texas, after all.
Yeah.
Right? You don't go into somebody's house not expecting them to be armed and ready to defend, right? Did you guys think about that?
No.
JD must have been surprised when he sprung the trap. He's not a very experienced burglar, sounds like. And now he's in way over his head. His only advantage, frankly, was his girlfriend's inside track. You helped him identify the target and obtain the gun that he was now probably gripping with white knuckles, right? What do you think happens next?
I'm guessing they ran out of the house.
Well, no, before that, right, Doug puts JD in his sights. He says, "Got you." And that might have been the last words JD ever heard. And then the shooting starts. According to the forensics, only the first shot from each gun hit its target. 2 mortal wounds. JD's accomplices, his friends, take off right away, right? And he staggers out of the house behind them through the doors with a .40 caliber bullet in his gut from Doug. He falls face down in that field in the soaking rain, 19-year-old boy, and the life drains from his teenage body. I'm sure you've imagined that scene 1,000 times. Is that how you imagine it?
Yeah.
Inside the house, Big Doug is also bleeding out, right? Have you heard the 911 call?
I need help, man. I need ambulance, man. I'm bleeding everywhere.
I'm dying. I need help right now. Oh my God, I'm dead. Where'd they shoot you at, sir? In the stomach. Any idea who they were? I don't know. I need an ambulance right now. I'm dying. Oh my God. When JD made it clear he wanted to go back, if no one was home, according to the record, you're giving him encouragement and help. Go by there to see if the lights are on and all that. Well, go by there tonight. Just be careful and take somebody who won't hit licks on him. Mm-hmm. Doesn't sound like you're trying to talk him out of it. Does it sound like you're trying to persuade him not to do it?
No, but at that point, I was tired of him asking me about it. So I was like, just go, do what you want. Because he's going to do it anyway, regardless if I said yes or no.
Why didn't you tell him, don't be stupid? You told me you never hit a lick in the same place twice, baby gangster. Or just tell him that the family's on its way back, and so somebody's gonna be at the house. It seems like there's a lot more you could have done to send this plot off the tracks, if you'd wanted to. Mm-hmm. But did you really want to?
I didn't want it to go back, but there's no JD. When it came to him, once he had something in his mind, that's what he was gonna do.
Did you think about all the bad things that were probably gonna happen?
No.
Do you have issues thinking through the consequences of your actions, Amber?
Yes.
Still?
Mm-hmm.
How do you account for that? Why do you think that is?
I'm very impulsive.
Still?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. More so as a teenager?
Mm-hmm. Very much.
Even at that point, right? After the first robbery, you betrayed your own family. Somebody finds out, you could go to jail. Mm-hmm. Putting your parents and your sisters in a terrible position with respect to the rest of the family, right? They're gonna have to live with that. And now you have JD running around the streets with a powerful handgun that you guys stole. And now he's emboldened and he's seen the golden goose. So of course he's gonna wanna go back. Did any of those probabilities not cross your mind, Amber?
No, I didn't think anything about it.
You get word in the middle of the night, right? It's gone bad. And JD was shot, right? And you said asleep at the time? Mm-hmm. You start frantically calling and texting people to find out details. Mm-hmm. Talk to Lawson, text with him, right? He was one of the men that went into the house.
He said that JD got shot, that he left him there and they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know if he was still alive or what. There was all kinds of police over there, an ambulance, and he didn't know. And I mean, he told me like what happened whenever they went in there and stuff, but I was just trying to figure out if JD was okay.
Hoping JD Mulkey survived the break-in, Halford sends him a frenzy of late-night text messages. She reveals a very different persona from the good girl image she's presenting today. You text him, Doug, the type of that would run up on someone and shoot them. Is that how you talked back then?
Yeah.
Who is that girl?
I don't know.
You don't?
That's just who I was back then, who I was, turning into.
Her messages to the accomplice Lawson Abram further incriminated her. Did Lawson also ask you not to name him to police?
Yes.
And you said, I'm not saying I'm not a snitch, dude. My ass finna go to jail, too.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all finna see this white girl lose her mind and kill the mother. You're talking about your uncle, who you set up and who JD murdered. What's your state of mind at that point in time?
Clearly not good. It's not, I'm not thinking right. All I'm worried about is if JD is okay. I'm not worried about anybody else but JD.
Clinging to life, Halford's Uncle Doug was airlifted to a hospital, but she was busy pouring her heart out to her dead boyfriend. You say, I'm not going to forgive myself for this. He shouldn't have gone back. You don't hit a lick on the same place 2 times in a row. There it is, right? Straight from the gangster rule book. In these texts, you're not sounding like a good girl who's trying to reform her bad boy, are you?
No.
You're sounding very guilty, incriminating.
Mm-hmm.
It's all my fault. It's my fault this happened. I shouldn't have said go back. I shouldn't even let the first lick happen. What does that all sound like to you now at 30?
Craziness.
10 out of 10 people, Amber, would read that and think you were fully involved. Or should I say 12 out of 12? How do you account for that?
I felt guilty at the time because if he wouldn't have did it the first night, then he wouldn't have known anything to go back. So I felt guilty for that. And so I put a lot of blame on myself for everything that happened.
But rightly so.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you felt guilty because, frankly, you were guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Within hours, you're sitting in a police station being interviewed by detectives.
9:15 a.m. on the 9th of March. You're Amber Halford. I can tell by your emotional state that you know why we want to talk to you, right?
Something about JD.
Right.
I don't know nothing.
While Doug Hurst was fighting for his life in the hospital, Amber Halford was about to play dumb with
It
detectives.
had nothing to do with this, like.
Can we agree that you lied through your teeth?
My dad was an amazing dad to specifically his stepchildren. He loved his stepchildren and his children, of course, but it just shows someone's character when they love their stepchildren as much as they love their own children. We have a very, very, very supportive family. You walk into our home and you could feel the love.
Pam Hurst's father, Doug, worked the rails to take care of his big blended family.
My father worked for the railroad for as far back as I can remember, at least 25 years, I'd say. My dad would come and stop the train behind our house and wave, and we would all go outside to see my father, even my little stepbrothers. He would do a special honk, and all of us kids would run outside as fast as we could just to see the train go by, and it's really special to us.
It was for Pam and the Hurst family a time of joy, a beach vacation celebration of her father's new marriage. But it would be cut short.
The last time I saw him, we were in Galveston on his honeymoon, and he gave me the biggest hug I've ever had in my life from anyone. He didn't want to let go, but I mean, no one knew what was going to happen that night. No one.
The merriment ended when Doug Hurst got word that the family home had been robbed and decided to return to secure it.
I can recall him not really in a hurry to go back, but being pissed. Being very, very upset, just shaking his head, saying, I can't believe this, Pam, I cannot believe this, I cannot believe this. Why? Why are they doing this?
I need help right now, I'm dying. Okay. Oh my God. Hang tight.
When Joy received the call, my dad was shot. They kept saying, Dad, 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 and she wouldn't give me the phone. So I took it, and he's like, I just want to tell you that I love you, baby girl. I love you. I've been shot. That's all he said.
With a bullet wound in his gut, Doug was rushed to the hospital. Pam was not far behind.
I had my truck maxed out as fast as it would go the entire way, straight to the hospital.
I don't know nothing.
Meanwhile, another member of the family came under suspicion by police.
When we first found out that Amber was involved, I don't remember where I was, but I do know I was thinking, why? Not family. I'm sorry, man. Do not hurt your family. Family first.
It had nothing to do with this, like, I don't know. That's my boyfriend that just got shot.
We know a lot more than you think we know. I've gone through his phone. I've seen your text.
That was the first of 3 police interrogations. Can we agree that you lied through your teeth?
The first time, yes.
I didn't have nothing to do with this. Throwing up your hands, you're just lying.
I saw a text where you say ride by and see if the lights are on. Okay?
Yeah, I said, that's what I said. That was up to him. Ride by and see if the lights are on. That's yours. That's not me. That's your decision.
I told JD Michael wanted more guns, and he was talking about going back. And I said, well, just go by and see if the lights are on. That was the end of it. I didn't know he was going to go back or not.
That's really what I meant.
Because that's not what it looks like. It looks like you're plotting with him. And in the end, guess what? He listens to you. He actually followed your instructions. The lights are out, so we must be good.
When somebody reads a text like that, it looks like what?
It looks like, go do it, yeah, but I
guess my point is you're sitting there saying you don't know nothing about it. I don't believe that.
Interrogation number 2, right? The next day, you're back on the hot seat. I have to say you're remarkably composed for somebody who's, at that point, basically a murder suspect.
I don't want to get in trouble for none of this.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, I know.
You're in trouble.
Your life hanging in the balance, and you're cool as a cucumber, just trying to save yourself at everyone else's expense.
I wanted them guns.
Yeah.
That's all JD wanted was them guns.
Dustin did this, JD did that.
Yeah, but I was telling the truth.
They asked you who you're trying to protect. You said,
myself.
You ain't protecting yourself?
No.
You already here. You caught.
I know. It wasn't supposed to go bad.
Why am I sitting here fishing this out of you?
Because I'm scared, because I feel like this is my fault. And everybody's saying it's my fault, but it's not.
Man, you
Poor pitiful me. That's what we're seeing. She's ashamed that she got caught. That's what this is.
Scott Rouse is a body language analyst and co-host of the popular web series, The Behavior Panel. He trains law enforcement in interrogation and sees in Amber Halford, then and now, signs of deception and deflection.
This face she has on is not one of sadness. There should be a gathering of the glabella up here, these little muscles here. If she was actually feeling sad, they should actually be pushing inward and upward. They're not. She's showing us the expression she thinks sad looks like, and that's not it. This is a person who is a manipulator. She tries to manipulate David.
Sometimes good girls are drawn to bad boys. Is that fair? Is that true?
Yeah.
Is that what was going on, or were you both about that thug lifestyle?
No, not me. I was just...
Not you?
No, I was raised better than that. Like, I was in, like, 4-H, FFA, stuff like that growing up. But once I got into the drugs and stuff like that, it just...
See, that's a resume statement. She's telling how wonderful she was. That wasn't me. I wasn't doing that kind of thing. I'm a good person, but it's because of drugs. You understand how drugs are. They ruin you. So that's really manipulative.
While they were in there, I was driving around making sure nothing suspicious was going on.
Something suspicious?
Yes.
Other than you all?
Yes.
You all were the suspicious one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We call it acting like a girl to a guy because she tries to smile and laugh even when the questions aren't funny. She's reacting to him as, look, I like you. This is great. Don't you like me? This is the manipulative personality type. And we're seeing in a very short little window here how she does it.
Finally, in a moment that was probably never supposed to be part of that police interrogation, you pretty much confessed to your mother on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Mama, I I told him the truth. Mama, listen. This is my fault. Mama, I know JD's dead. I learned my lesson.
After 4 days in the hospital, Halford learned that her Uncle Doug had also died from the gunshot.
So I'm being charged with Saturday and Sunday.
Eventually, Halford admitted being behind the break-in on Saturday, but denied guilt in the Sunday murder. It's a fine line she's tried to walk ever since, including in our interview. When you were on the phone with your mother, adamantly declaring, this is my fault. That sounds like a real moment of truth, of reckoning.
I felt guilty.
Because you were. In most jurisdictions, an accessory to murder can be charged with the same degree of the crime as the principal offender. And therefore, you, Lawson, OJ, we're all culpable.
Under the law, I'm guilty, but everybody blaming me is what made me feel guilty. There's still that part of me that I don't feel guilty of what he did, because he made the choice. He could have said no, he didn't have to, you know? That was his choice.
It still feels like you're hedging on taking responsibility. Don't you have the blood of both these men on your hands?
I think there was 2 of them. I need ambulance. I'm bleeding everywhere.
When Doug Hurst died of the gunshot inflicted by his niece's boyfriend, the teenage girl was charged with capital murder for helping set up the late-night home invasion.
I'm going to probably get charged with what OJ and Lawson are getting charged with, capital murder.
It's called the felony murder rule. Anyone involved in certain serious felonies that result in death is as liable as the actual killer. Halford then faced a dire choice: admit guilt and take a plea deal, or go to trial and risk a mandatory maximum sentence, life in prison without parole.
I remember my lawyer saying that once it's life without parole, there's hardly any chance of coming out of prison.
Halford was lucky to get a choice at all. The victim's family, her own relatives, approved not 1 plea deal, but 3, each with a reduced sentence. All she had to do was admit her role in the crime.
As long as she takes responsibility for what she did and owns up to it, we'll give her the least amount we can. She never admitted it.
Why not take a plea deal?
Because they were offering me murder. They wouldn't do anything else.
The judge herself from the bench urged you to reconsider going to trial. And then you decide to take the stand in your own defense. How did that come about?
I was just rolling the dice, I guess you could say. Like, I just, either y'all are gonna find me guilty or y'all aren't. And they did find me guilty.
10 years after her conviction, Halford still hasn't acknowledged her role in the murder. In fact, she says she feels less guilty today than when it happened. But even now, you're pointing the blame elsewhere. You know, to reduce your share of the responsibility, or to condemn the law whose hand you forced by going to trial.
I really don't feel like I should have murder in a way, like, I guess because I really didn't know that they were gonna go back and that all this was gonna happen.
You can try and debate, but one thing is undeniably clear. It was you who set in motion the chain of events that led to JD and Big Doug shooting each other in the dark of night. You can't deny that, right? You are the common denominator. Is that not enough responsibility to justify the punishment?
It is.
Don't you have the blood of both these men on your hands?
Yeah.
What does that feel like?
It's not good. It hurts. I don't want to acknowledge it, so I just kind of don't think about it that much anymore. But, you know, I'm sorry that that they both lost their lives. It shouldn't have happened. And I know that's not gonna fix anything. I'm sorry I can't fix it, you know, but I am remorseful and I do have regrets that it happened, but I can't change it.
What's your life inside like?
Same thing every day.
At 30, Halford faces a grim reality. Life without parole means the state has little incentive to provide her with education or job training. Cancer took her mother's life soon after her arrest, and she has little support from the family she betrayed. She wears her mistakes on her sleeve. Mama tried, Daddy cried.
It's a song. It says, I turned 21 in prison, doing life without parole. Talks about how all his Sunday learning, you know, his mama tried to keep him from being a rebel, but he just did what he wanted, and so my mama tried, and now my daddy's crying because I'm in here.
This tore the family apart. No one wanted to take a side, but everyone was hurt as well. My brother and I have had a conversation whether or not we've forgiven her, and we have, 100%. She was young, she made a mistake, but take responsibility. Stop trying to say you're innocent. We know you're not. You know you're not. The people that were with you know you're not. We forgive you, though. We definitely forgive you. And we love you. We'll love you forever, your family.
Two of the victims' children have extended extraordinary grace to Halford, even as they mourn their father and remember him to the next generation.
She took a life. Someone very, very important to the community and loved her. Absolutely loved her. She took his life. So she got what she deserved. I'm sorry. She got what she deserved. So if my dad was still around today, he would still be driving his train, probably going behind the house, honking his horn. His grandkids would be his life. I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now, he would love his grandkids more than life itself. But I don't know. I feel like he's still with us. His spirit is very strong.
Thank you.